Hey everyone, and welcome back to Chaos Head NoAH. So, yeah, I've been gone for 12 days. 12 whole days. Maybe, anyways. I don't know. I went to Japan, like I said. Got to see quite a few of the places that are depicted in this game. Kind of have a better understanding of Tokyo life as well, and yeah, it was an enlightening experience. Uh, I got to get a brief glimpse of Shibuya Scramble, walk across it once and twice, but yeah, for circumstances, I wasn't able to explore it as thoroughly as I would have liked. Do you know how embarrassing it was to try and look for the O front building? Like, d those of you who know what's in the those of you who know what's in the Shibuya Scramble, do you know how embarrassing it was to be the guy looking for the O front building? At least Hachiko was real. I got to pay my respects to the good boy. And yeah, I mean that's about the most relevant stuff I have to say about Shibuya, anyways, since that's the primary setting of this particular game. It was kind of funny to just see like it was all technically one city, but each of these little special districts were just so distinct from one another. Well, I mean, some of them, anyways. The most distinct were definitely Shibuya and Akihabara. Akihabara, especially. I went. My little sister took me to an arcade, and there were just multiple floors of nothing but claw machines. One floor literally just had nothing but figurines of Rem from ReZero as the prizes. There was only one vending machine in that little hall there. So, that was pretty funny. And I destroyed my arms playing, I believe it's called Taiko no Sujoin. I'm not sure, I'll have to check later. But, I nearly got a blister on my finger from that. uh, yeah, sorry. This isn't a journal. This is for me to play more Chaos Head NoAH. It's been a while, so don't worry. I still remember everything. If anything, my trip to Japan gave me more appreciation for the stuff that was depicted in this game. And let's see what else was there. I got to try a lot of the foods that. sorry. I keep getting distracted. Um, yeah. Oh yeah. So Kozue's route. Since I've had 12 days to reflect over it, I was initially kinda on it, but I get more why people like it as time has gone by. It's probably my second favorite route, although like admittedly it wasn't quite enjoyable for me as some of the others, primarily just due to, you know, like I can acknowledge it being like an interesting what if scenario delving into the character, but at the same time I just, you know, it's an unpleasant route to go through. I was informed that there was a certain line regarding Nanami's stump and the Dokyun that Takumi killed that got cut out, and, yeah, no, no, no. That wasn't okay at all. It, it was cut for a reason. I'm not ever going to even humor the idea of that being canon. It was just, no. No. Just way too depraved, way too edgy. Straight up borders into torture porn. No. Just, like, I can, like, messed up stuff has happened in this. I'll be real. Messed up stuff has happened. Sometimes to the point where you think, is this the author's barely concealed fetish? Which I'm gonna believe in Hayashi here and say that's probably not the case, but like that particular I'm sorry for the people who don't know what I'm talking about, but that particular line that was cut out, if that had been left in, it would have significantly lowered my views on this game as a whole, because that just goes straight into edgelord territory. Just like the other stuff is like depraved, but I get what they're going for. But like even that stuff with the Dokun and Nanami, it was just getting to levels of that stuff was just getting to levels of it was completely unnecessary. And just I'm glad they didn't actually put it in. Oh, actually, I gotta let this scroll for a bit to get to the actual decision. But, I'm just. Makes me a little nervous for future installments of the series, but, at the same time, I'm. Yeah, I'm gonna remain hopeful for now, but just. Like, yeah, depraved stuff happens in this, but I'll stop rambling. I'll stop rambling. You all are here for Senna, so I'll just go ahead and get started here. So please let me ogle you more. So I have to say yes, 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 no. If it's with this girl, I'm willing to get down on my hands and knees and beg with all my heart and soul. Yes. If given the choice, I prefer being stepped on. Yes. I've got nothing against a little swordplay, if you know what I mean. Yes. She's gonna kill me with that sword either way. No. Soda flavored Garugari-kun discovered Senna's story. Well then. A solitary train car stood stock still near Shibuya Station. It was a car that was open to the public, with many referring to it as the Green Frog. Aoi Senna sat inside of it. Biting her thumbnail, she looked out the window and watched the passers-by with disinterest. I finally read passers-by normally. Woohoo! Anyways, I have no idea what this train car is, honestly. Oh yeah, I learned that Shibuya 107 isn't actually the name, but yeah, I guess they just went the full 9 yards with renaming stuff for copyright reasons. 107 kind of sounds more satisfying, anyways, than 109. She and Nishijo Takumi had spoken at length yesterday on this very train, and today she had come here once again. She hadn't gone to school. Attendance was the least of her worries. She was constantly driven by feelings of impatience. As a result, she would often get very irritated with others, leading her to fairly harsh behavior toward them.
どこにいる頭
Her voice swelled with hatred, all of it directed toward a single individual. She dug a hand into her uniform pocket and took out a piece of paper. It was a small, crumpled scrap of paper torn from a memo pad. Written on it was something resembling an algebraic formula. The letters were faded and dull, perhaps due to aging, or perhaps because it had been written in pencil. Only one part remained barely legible, and that was IR2. I mean, I can read the whole of that, so I don't know what you're talking about. There seems to be a weird dissonance sometimes between the narration and the CGs. I'm wondering if there was like some lack of communication there or something. But like, you got Nanami with her half-eaten fish sandwich. Only took a single bite out of it. It was the scribblings of Senna's father from long ago. Needless to say, she did not exactly treat it like a holy artifact. Instead, she simply kept it close so she could always remember the hatred she held for her father. Senna's family was once a happy one. However, the moment her father had scrawled a certain formula onto this piece of paper, slowly, silently, yet certainly, madness began to envelop everything. Senna's father had once been a corporate scientist. Senna had been just an elementary school student at the time, and while she did not understand the type of work her father did, she knew he was always busy. He was rarely home. Occasionally he would come and show his affectionate side, but that almost never lasted even a day. He would be back to work before anyone knew it. Yeah, we heard about this in the flashback. It was not that she disliked her father, but she was a little disappointed to find that she could not think of a single time her family had ever sat down for a meal together. Then came a day about 6.5 years ago, where her father returned home from work. Unlike his usual calm and collected self, he had been brimming with excitement.
セナ、父さんはすごい発見をしたぞ。これはノーベル賞どころの騒ぎじゃない。
何がそんなにすごいの？
この公式はこれまでの世界の仕組みをも変えるだろう。それほどの大発見なんだ。
As he spoke, he held a memo pad before Senna's eyes. Written on it was the IR2 equation.
ずっと探していたんだよ。父さんではどうしても思いつけなかった。プロジェクトノアは停滞していた。手詰まりだった。だがこの公式があれば計画は次の段階に進めるんだ。まさかあんなところで見つけるなんて思いもしなかったよ。これはまさに信仰の救いだね。東京駅だ。たまたま通りかかったんだ。本当に偶然だった。セナは東京駅に行ったことはあったかな。やたら広いだろう、あの駅の構内は。
The fact that I actually have a mental image of the place he's talking about is kind of trippy. Tokyo Station's kind of got a Western architecture to it. But, yeah, he said the divine light, so I guess the family really was just, in the church.
その校内の一角にたくさんの作文が展示されていたんだ。文部省の全国なんとか作文コンクールとか、そんな名前の展覧会だったよ。 優秀な子供たちの作文が飾ってあってね。セナは知ってるかい？もしかして応募したりしたかい？
わかんない。多分知らない。
セナが出ればきっとセナも優秀作品に選ばれていたんじゃないかな。
そんなことないよ。私、作文は苦手。
そうか？もっと自信を持つべきだと思うがな。
Considering you constantly talk in a formal tone with eloquence, I'd say,
ねえ、作文がすごい大発見だったんだ。
いやー、違う違う。そうじゃないんだ。作文なんてどうでもいいんだよ。重要だったのはその裏に書かれていた落書きなんだ。そこに飾られていた作文は透明のプラスチックの額に収められていてね、裏側も見ることができた。それは多分演出とかそういうものじゃない。たまたま透明なだけだったんだろうね。きっと主催者には作文の裏の落書きを見せようなんて気はなかったはずなんだ。だからこの公式を父さんが見る確率はそれこそ天文学的数字だったわけさ。これが奇跡というやつなのかな。
公式っていうことは算数なんだね。
ああ、そうだよ。すごく難しい算数だ。
算数で世界を変えられちゃったりするのかな。
ああ、変えられるよ。父さんの研究はね、世界を変えることなんだ。
ほんと？信じられないな。
いつか証明してあげるよ。見ていてくれ、セナ。
it had been over 6.5 years since that day. Gritting her teeth together, Senna shoved the paper back in her pocket. She gazed through the window, her eyes focused on the dull sky above. Undoubtedly, the world would change soon, just as her father had said. Senna's own world had already undergone many drastic changes. Vileness, havoc. Everywhere you looked, you would find more. It had become an unfathomably hideous place.
そんな世界は作らせない。奴を殺して私が止めてやる。お前が望むと望まないとにかかわらず、もしこれ以上踏み込んでくるような負を正にするぐらいの強い意識を持つなら、中途半端な気持ちじゃ妄想に食われるだけだぞ。
Aoi Senna. Yesterday, when the two of us had gone our separate ways, she'd given me that piece of advice. She definitely knew something. She also had a D-sword. She seemed strong, too. Would she be my savior? If not, I was doomed. The following day, I made my way to the front of the station. In all honesty, I really didn't want to go back there. After all that traumatic Esper BS, the front of Shibuya Station brought back nothing but bad memories. Adding to my stress, just like usual, there were way too many people. The area around Hachiko was absolutely infested with normies loitering around. Everyone kept glancing at me and sneering as they pointed their phones at me. But when I turned around to look away, my eyes wandered up toward the towering O front, the very building where I had committed social suicide only a few days ago. Videos covering every angle of that night continued to make the rounds on the internet, and they would likely continue to spread across the world for all eternity. Erasing them was pretty much impossible at this point. I was going to spend the rest of my life as the internet's favorite punchline. I was so frustrated, angry, and sad. It made me want to get as far away from it as I possibly could. But knowing Shogun would kill me the second I tried to escape, I was forced to painstakingly stand my ground.
Come on. Come on. Enter button. Enter button. Okay, there we go.
I cautiously stepped foot into the train carriage known as the Green Frog, trying my hardest to avoid looking at my surroundings.
Leg.
Unsurprisingly, there she sat, Aoi Senna, the train's sole passenger. It took me a minute, but I realized that the reason why no one else was in the car was likely due to Senna's own handiwork. She'd used her gigolomaniac powers, or whatever they were.
お前か。エラーを見つけたのか。
She has eyes, you know. Oh yeah, but you're the person with a complex about people's eyes. Go ahead and stare at her legs, then. Won't stop you talking me.
Shaking my head lightly, I handed her the crunchy kun I'd bought in advance from the local convenience store. It was my way of getting my foot in the door.
You fool, I already have a crunchy kun.
Here, I know it's not much, but I hope you like it. Oh, no, please don't worry about it. Thank you very much. And that's how it would all go. And that's how it would go. All according to Keikaku, the stupid ass Japanese custom. But even though I knew it was idiotic, even I would stoop as low as to ask for protection without giving something in return. As payment for her services, I would give her 3 crunchy kuns a day. It was an offer even Senna couldn't refuse.
I mean, really though? You sure about that, Takumi? I don't quite recall you giving anything in return to the others, besides maybe CoZ, who had to convince you very much so to protect her as well.
くれるのか。ありがとう。
Well, then again, Mia literally kidnapped Takumi, so he didn't have a choice in that matter.
She accepted it with surprisingly little resistance.
Dang it. My time in Japan has ruined my laugh.
Everything was going according to plan.
日常は何味が好きだ。私は断然ソーダ味だな。
Senna excitedly tore open the wrapping and took out the popsicle. It might have just been my imagination, but almost looked like her mouth had curved into a slight smile. Man, just how obsessed with those things are you? You're practically asking for a stomach ache.
僕がコーラ味。
なんだと。コーラ味なんて邪道だ。ふざけるな。
Gatekeep. She's got one of the G's. Well, actually, she's got 2 of the G's now. Gatekeeping girl boss. Rimi's got the gaslighting down to a T, though, so you're gonna have to work pretty hard for that, Senna.
すいません。
I'd made her mad. I thought about telling her off for getting upset over something so trivial, but I figured I'd better keep my mouth shut.
それで
We made her a Crunchy-kun elitist because we genuinely just don't feel like recoloring her popsicle ever. We don't make the rules. I mean, we do make the rules, but whatever.
Taking a bite out of her crunchy-kun, Senna shifted her probing gaze to me.
私に何か用か。
I have a habit of probing gaze as well.
Why'd she have to be so intimidating? The look in her eyes could turn me to stone. All I wanted was to ask for help. I felt like the sheer anxiety alone was gonna kill me. I was already bad enough at talking to 3D girls as it is. I took a few deep breaths and just barely managed to calm myself down.
僕を助けてほしい。
助けて。
どういう意味だ。
僕はニュージェネの真犯人に狙われてる。この前話したでしょ。将軍っていうやつなんだ。
It's gonna take everything in my power to not name this episode Girl Boss.
僕はきっとそいつに思考盗撮されてる。
思考盗撮か。そいつ何者だ。
Clearly, he's CoZ.
知るもんか。僕が聞きたいぐらいだ。
Why are we acting like we don't have CoZ?
この渋谷で思考盗撮できる連中なんて限られてる。ギガロマニアックスか、あるいは望みの連中か。
The fact that you're implying you know people other than CoZ that can read minds is kind of funny.
のぞみ
望みテクノロジー、プロジェクトノアによって世界を手に入れようとしてる。
What was she on about? It sounded like some kind of conspiracy theory. Nah, that's the next game. But could Shogun be a member of that organization?
僕を助けてよ。頼むよ。
I felt myself rapidly sinking further into despair. I wanted something, anything to cling on to. Something that would Dasuke! Sena took another bite of her crunchy-kun, then furrowed her brow.
言ったはずだ。中途半端な気持ちで踏み込むなら妄想に食われると。お前には覚悟があるか。
ないよ。あるわけないだろ。僕がただ助けてくれって言ってるんだ。
助けて！
こんなのもううんざりなんだ。なんで僕ばっかり。
Sapped of all my willpower, I fell to my knees. Don't do this to me. Just protect me.
Stop taking your shoe off, please, I beg you! No, not again!
What do you want me to do? I don't want to do anything anymore.
覚悟はなしか。
I felt her cold glare pierce through me. I could clearly tell just how pathetic I was being, so all I could do at that point was hang my head in shame.
だがその将軍というやつは気になるな。もし望みの人間ならニュージェネ事件も連中が起こしてるということか。だとしたらそれを捨ておくわけには。
I mean, the people behind New Gen aren't even from Nozomi, they're just working with Nozomi.
With a frown, Senna muttered that to herself as she looked out the window. She seemed to be deep in thought, but she kept chewing on her crunchy-kun regardless.
Chewing on popsicles, man. That takes some serious grit and grins.
Not longer after I said something, Senna suddenly got up from her feet. She was now standing in front of me.
I didn't have many desserts in Japan, so I'm not sure if crunchy-kuns are actually based on, like, some sort of crunchy popsicle or something. Because, like, yeah, I only had ice cream there. Only had ice cream, no, popsicles.
私に守ってほしいのか。
助けて！助けて、セナ！助けて！
Damn it, she was always looking down on me. Did this bitch have a dominatrix fetish or something?
I mean, you certainly seem to think she does.
Despite insulting her inside my head, I gave her a meek nod.
それはつまり私とお前はこれから行動を共にするという意味だ。それでもいいんだな。
As long as you...
助けて！ Anything's fine. Doskmite from
Shogun's attacks was my highest priority right now.
本当に守ってく
Doskite.
れるなら
Doskite.
文句は言わない。
決まりだ。
Senna extended her hand toward me. I stared blankly at those
Delicate fingers.
of hers, unsure of what they were trying to convey.
Hayashi really likes to write about fingers, huh?
Growing impatient, Senna grabbed my hand and pulled me up. Our eyes met, if only for an instant. Having our gazes intertwined at such a short distance made me frantically avert my eyes. She then let go of my hand.
じゃあ行くぞ。
And then, as if to spur me onward, turned her back to me.
行くってどこへ？
のぞみテクノロジーの本社だ。
Okay.
これから乗り込む。
Infiltrate? Like into the enemy base?
Yeah, this is Metal Gear Solid now.
No, what? What was this stupid bitch thinking? Did she have a death wish? Well, this is game over.
Game over, man! Game over!
God, I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on her. Like hell, I was going anywhere near there. I wanted nothing to do with this. I wasn't the kind of person to just waltz right on into my death. I was the type of person who tells someone,
Wow, that plan fucking sucks.
and then ditch them. Ignoring my look of disbelief, Senna strolled briskly out the door. However, I, meanwhile, stayed right where I was, refusing to budge an inch. Suddenly, I realized I could no longer move my arms. I glanced down at my body. Before I could even blink,
She's just gonna lead him like a dog or something.
a white chain had coiled around my body, and on top of that, it was wrapped around me very, very tight.
Kinky.
Even when I tried to force it off, it refused to budge an inch. What the, how did this even happen?
グズグズするな。
Senna poked her head out of the window, then urged me to come quickly. I felt the chain wrapped around my body being tugged. I tried to resist, but I no longer had full control of my body.
Sorry if I yawn. I was literally awake for 30 hours. Not that that's an excuse, because I tend to do it so frequently, even though I usually have good sleep.
The chain led outside the train carriage and ended when it reached Senna's hand. She was holding it. She was the one pulling me. So this is what Queen and Slave Exhibitionist Humiliation Roleplay.
That's quite a mouthful. Say that 5 times fast. Queen Slave Exhibitionist Humiliation Roleplay. Queen and 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 Slave Exhibitionist Humiliation Roleplay.
It's like, I see. Wait, no, it wasn't something like that. What the fuck? God damn it. I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on Senna. I clearly picked the wrong person for this.
As long as you didn't pick CoZ. Unless you're just that determined to save Bond, since that's the timeline where he lives. Personally, I think 27 lives is an equivalent exchange for that of Bond. It may be a little short of the true value of his life, but it's a good start.
Someone...
Doskite!
I can't help it. I can't take this anymore. Nozomi's main branch was apparently within walking distance of Shibuya Station, but my mental strength had already been completely drained before we even reached it. After all, Senna had been parading me around right smack in the middle of Shibuya. It was without saying that practically every cell phone in existence had been pointed at me.
Damn. Boy is taking Japan centrism to an extreme. Centricism, I mean.
And with that, my dark past had grown even darker. There was definitely a thread about it on that channel by now.
Esper Nishijo indulging in puppy play with black-haired Butte in Shibuya.
The Dokuns were never gonna let me hear the end of this. No matter how much I pleaded with Senna, she refused to remove the chains.
今のお前にとって必要なのは目立つことだ。今のところその目的は達成されてるだろ。
So zero escape logic?
She was constantly spouting all sorts of nonsensical reasoning like that. Seriously, what kind of bullshit logic was that?
Uchikoshi logic, thank you for asking. It means that you should go shirtless and only cover your nips with a necklace.
Onzai Sensei, I want to be a man who stands out in front. Onzai Sensei, I want to be a man who stands out from the crowd. Had I asked her anything like that? No, I fucking hadn't.
No idea who that is. Onzai Sensei. Oh, Snowdrop. Must be CoZ. That is quite the quite the name for her sword. Personally would have named it Avalanche, but I guess that's not a sword. The excessively violent design of CoZ's sword represents the very soul of CoZ, who has no mercy for those who seek to harm her. CoZ is small and weak, so as a result of her intense desire for the power to protect herself, she materialized a gigantic weapon that was the exact opposite of her physique. And no, it's not just the case of some lolly having a high muscle density or something. In addition to its size, it is specialized for combat. It automatically provides a target based on CoZ's will that draws the most efficient trajectory to demolish it. That is why whenever CoZ wields this sword, it appears as if the sword is swinging her around. Onzai Sensei, the coach from a famous basketball manga. On the internet, users parody a certain quote from the manga in order to express a desperate desire. Example, Onzai Sensei, I want to blank. Another oft-quoted line, this one spoken by Onzai Sensei, is, if you give up, it's game over.
Strolling right into the enemy base. What the hell was she thinking? We could be killed at any moment. Completely ignoring my complaints, Senna casually entered the fancy building, dragging me right along with her. After all, the chain had given me no choice in the matter. The grandeur of the expansive lobby standing before me took my breath away. The Nozomi Group. It had apparently become one of Japan's leading conglomerates. A place like this was so far removed from the life of a student like me, it felt like a completely different world.
I don't know, man. You been to Starbucks, McDonald's, other places like that? Conglomerate. A large corporate entity founded by the repeated merging of companies from various industries that are not directly related. They manage a wide range of industries. Ah, so what Elon Musk is trying to do with X. But yeah, I guess not McDonald's and Starbucks then. Unless they've done that and I'm not aware of it. It's more like a Facebook kind of deal.
I'd never set foot in a building like it before. The size of the lobby, the practical enshrinement of the hot grills at the reception desk. I had to take a moment to breathe.
Or maybe like Johnson & Johnson.
Wait, we were in a company workplace. Shouldn't it have been off limits to unauthorized personnel? Both Senna and I were wearing Suimei uniforms, so we were all very obviously high school students. Not only that, but I was wrapped up in a chain too. We were practically screaming that we were intruders. For Senna to disregard this and enter the building like she owned the place, I began to doubt her sanity. The moment we entered through the automatic doors, I made eye contact with one of the receptionists.
帰ろうよ。
I was hesitant to go any farther than we already had, but Senna didn't stop moving.
心配するな。
We moved past the reception desk and headed toward the elevator in the back, and nobody had said a word to us. What the hell? Senna didn't get on the elevator, though. Instead, she chose to go for the fire escape near the hall. Beyond the door was a dimly lit emergency staircase, and that was where she finally stopped.
Oh, was she the one that met with Norose?
周囲は私たちを望みの社員だと思い込んでる。
Yep, everybody in Nozomi just has a master servant kink. BDSM is quite popular here. Those cubicles aren't for work, that's all I'll say. Oh, whoops. Suddenly, before I could even blink, the pressure on my body disappeared. Oh, whoops.
When I looked down, I saw that the chain around me had vanished without a trace, and the next thing I saw was the D-sword in Senna's hand. Was that chain just a delusion Senna had rebooted using her gigalomaniac powers? So, Senna had sent anti-particles into my dead spots, this time making the rebooted chain instantly disappear?
望みの社員と思ってるってどういう？
そう思い込ませた。肉眼で私たちを見た人間全員にな。
She made them. She could do that.
Maybe the delusion is something like a man and a woman with a chain are Nozomi employees. Being as obvious as possible would force them to look at them and register them as Nozomi employees, I assume.
Senna then looked at the top of the staircase. Something resembling a surveillance camera was installed there. It had a red light affixed to it, and it let out an eerie sound as it surveyed the room.
監視カメラにも思い込ませることってできるの？
You're not alive.
やろうと思えばできるかもな。試したことはない。それにやる必要もない。
I don't know why, but this sprite of Senna's is like kind of weird to me. Like, it's not her having the sword. It's like something about her face, maybe? Way she's standing? I'm not sure.
なんでバレちゃうじゃないか。ありえない。スニーキングミッションでは監視カメラを最初に壊すでしょ。常識的に考えて。
If you think that, that's kind of an idiot. A stealth mission, you don't destroy the cameras, you destroy the cameras if you're trying to break into a place blatantly. That way they don't know where you are. Stealth mission, a type of level often seen in various action games. The goal is to infiltrate enemy territory, achieve an objective, then escape, all without being detected. This type of mission has become so prevalent in modern games it is considered its own genre, also known as sneaking missions in a certain tactical espionage action series. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater.
Well, everyone who'd played a video game before, at least.
言っただろ。お前が目立つことが必要なんだ。
I was about to say, I don't think I've ever played a game with a stealth mission, but I played Zelda, and that has quite a few. I think the first one would actually be in, yeah, the first one would be in... My voice cracked there.
Ocarina of Time, I think. And that's exactly what I don't get. Aren't you contradicting yourself? You made them assume we're Nozomi employees in order to camouflage us, but then you turn around and say, you need to stand out. Which is it? What exactly are you trying to do? All everyone ever does is speak in riddles. Do y'all think I'm an idiot or something? What do y'all think to yourselves? Even if I try to explain it, he won't get it? You are, aren't you? Fuck you! Oh, damn it. I'm smart, people. My IQ is absolutely higher than Senna's. No doubt about it.
I wouldn't be too sure about that.
As I bit my lip in frustration, Senna took off on her own up the stairs, leaving me behind to continue seething. Did this girl have any actual interest in Duskenton? No, she didn't. After all, she'd already put me in harm's way by dragging me into this building. But regardless of her intentions, I just wish she'd stopped rushing ahead on her own. She could at least tell me where she was going and what she was trying to do. Just give me some sort of explanation, please? Why were we using the staircase instead of the elevator anyways? I sucked at exercising.
エレベーターに乗るのは自殺行為だ。
Senna's voice rang out from above me. Had she read my mind again? With a sigh, I started heading up the stairs toward her voice. Senna was waiting 2 stories above me. As soon as I caught up, she started climbing again.
敵の本拠地でエレベーターに乗ったら閉じ込められて身動きが取れなくなるのがオチだろ。
それはそうだけど。
それより西条、将軍について教えろ。そいつはいつからお前を攻撃するようになった？
1ヶ月ぐらい、前から。
話したことがあるんだな。
When I nodded in response, Senna stopped dead in her tracks and looked down at me from a few stairs up.
I can see your panties from this angle, Senna-san! I averted my eyes out of reflex. I am so sick of this shit. Yeah, haha, skirts can fucking let you see their panties if they're high enough. I don't give a shit. I don't. I really don't. Like, you want to put your fan service in a CG? Fine, whatever. I don't give a shit. You're not showing me the panties? What is the point of telling me this? Like, it's so intellectually stimulating to imagine it. Man, such a gripping narration here, isn't it? God, I don't give a shit. I don't. It contributes nothing. It's not even funny anymore. You've done it like 15 times by this point. I don't know. I haven't been keeping count, but it's stupid. Oh, my gosh. This probably has to be someone's barely concealed fetish or something. Moving on.
どんなことを言っていた？
A lot of things. I took a moment to tell See, it didn't even contribute anything. What was the point? What was the point? I hate this, and yet I play anime games anyways. Maybe I'm the true masochist here. I took a moment to tell Senna about everything Shogun had said up to that point, as well as the fake kidnapping he'd staged to try and scare me.
アタモという名前に聞き覚えは？
I'm genuinely curious if, cause I think that online usernames are still in the Latin alphabet, but maybe not. Like, where?
ないけど。
将軍が言っていたかもしれないだろう。よく思い出せ。
Hatano. I'd never heard the name before.
誰？
プロジェクトノアに関わっていた男だ。
I didn't know him. I didn't even know what Project NoAH was.
そうか。知らないなら別にいい。
Senna turned away in a huff and resumed her climb in silence.
And I was able to see her panties once more. So erotic. Such detail. So delicious. Banana.
まだ。
We'd gone up at least 20 stories with next to no breaks. I had probably never climbed so many stairs in my entire life. I was exhausted. I didn't want to climb anymore. Sweat trickled down my forehead, stinging at my eyes. I wiped it off over and over again with my hands, but it continued to bead no matter what I did. My legs felt heavy. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was going to suffocate.
Man, we're just, stair climbing simulator right now, huh?
I planted my hands on my knees in an attempt to catch my breath. Drops of sweat fell from my face and dotted the floor.
あと、どれぐらい登るの？
社長室は最上階にあるらしい。31階だ。
10 more floors to go. Hold on, why was I even going along with this in the first place? All I'd done was ask Senna to protect me. So why was this happening to me?
Ulnarif's face appeared in the back of my mind. They should have come up with a new name, like Pwilnarif.
My heavy breathing reverberated throughout the quiet staircase. Surprisingly, Senna didn't try to go on ahead after I caught up this time. Instead, she leaned against the wall and stared at me with a blank expression on her face. Seemed like she was finally letting us take a short break. Mounted above Senna was another one of the security cameras. They were installed on every floor. There was no way they hadn't found out that we'd been climbing the staircase by now. Security guards could arrive at any moment.
監視カメラに細工をしなかったのは？
Suddenly, Senna began to murmur something.
将軍がもし望みの人間でこのビル内にいるならおびき寄せることができるかもしれないと思ったからだ。
つまり、僕はおとりってわけ？
そういうことになる。もともと望みになんか興味はなかったんだけどな。このビルに乗り込むことにしたのだってイレギュラーだ。もちろん、いつかはプロジェクトノアを潰そうとは思っていたが、それは今じゃない。それよりも優先しなくちゃいけないことがあった。
She'd become awfully talkative all of a sudden. Was she finally going to explain why we were here? But Senna didn't reveal what that something else was.
Naturally. It's not that
お
part
前
of the
の
plot
話を
yet.
聞く限り、その将軍は何かを知ってる。あるいは、畑野のことも。
For a split second, her face stiffened upon saying that name. Were they really that terrible of a person?
Yes and no.
安心しろ、西条。これは交換条件だ。お前におとりになってもらう代わりに、私はお前を守る。それにお前だって将軍の正体を知りたいだろ。脅威を排除するにはこちらから攻撃。
Senna abruptly stopped. She then frowned, stepped away from the wall, and readied her gigantic D-sword. Right in the middle of this narrow, cramped stairway.
どうしたの？
It's the noise. The noise.
Senna didn't answer. She peered down the stairwell, and then up, only to freeze in place.
この声、どこから？
A voice.
お前、何者だ？
She suddenly shouted. I thought she might have been shouting at the security camera, but her gaze was directed farther upward, toward the ceiling. It couldn't be. I had a bad feeling about this. Unable to resist the bait, I looked up at the ceiling. Naturally, there was nothing there. After all, I couldn't hear the voice, but I had a good idea of what it was. Shogun! He was reading our minds using some satellite way up in the sky. He was making Senna hear some kind of voice.
セナ、その声を聞いちゃってダメだ。セナ！
I promptly grabbed hold of her shoulders and shook her.
将軍は望みの人間じゃないらしい。
I was right. She had heard Shogun's voice.
騙されてる。あいつは敵だよ。信じちゃダメだ。
音だ。
My hands were still gripping her shoulders. She responded by grabbing my wrists tightly. Her nails dug in deep, shooting pain throughout my entire body. My face twisted in
Pleasure!
西条、音がしている。気をつけろ。
Man, we are cutting off each other today. Oh, Lord. Crucified on a sword.
A flash of light burst into my head, and from that light, an image came forth. A dark room, a puddle of blood staining the floor, a modern art piece resembling that of a crucifix. Someone was bound there, with their head lifelessly hanging down, their clothes stained in blood, their right hand cruelly severed. I'd seen it. I'd seen it clearly. That was, without a doubt, Nanami.
ナナミがこのビルのどこかに。
She had been kidnapped by Shogun. Her wrist. That wasn't a delusion. It was real. I had to find her. I wasn't able to save her before, and now Senna was suffering too. So I had to find her. This time for sure, I had to do something.
落ち着け、西条。これは罠の可能性が。
さっき君だって将軍の言葉を信じたじゃないか。
I violently shook Senna's hands off of me. The presidential office was on the 31st floor.
違う。音を聞け。将軍の干渉とは別の妄想だ。
I ignored her and sprinted up the stairs. This was no time to complain about my exhaustion. I was desperate. Nanami was suffering, and it was my fault. It was all my fault. I'd failed her back then. I'd run away. She must resent me. Forgive me. I'm a pathetic excuse for an older brother. Damn it, I wanted power. I wanted a D-sword like Senna's. Why? Why couldn't I get my hands on one? It was all I asked for. Nanami, don't die. I'm begging you. I made it to the gigantic 31st floor, and there was only one entrance to it. Wasting no time, I flung it open and dove straight through. And just like that, I was in the very same room I saw in the vision. Several monitors hung from the ceiling, each displaying the word Nozomi on a white background. I looked all over for Nanami. The room was so dark I couldn't make anything out clearly, but
Nanami.
there were no signs of life. No movement, no breathing, nothing at all.
西条
Chasing after me, Senna flew through the open door. She forcefully grabbed my hand.
今すぐ出るぞ。これは罠だ。
だって、ナナミが。
聞こえないのか、この音が。
Suddenly, the door that we'd left open slammed shut all on its own. The room grew even darker.
しまった。
Senna ran to the door and wrestled the knob, but it refused to budge. Then, the outline of the D-sword in her hand suddenly faded to nothing. It was almost as if it had completely dissolved.
閉じ込められた。
だったら、力を使えばいいじゃないか。
うまく妄想できない。
Senna's face twisted. She rubbed her temples and weakly shook her head. I was getting a headache. I only noticed it when I'd regained my focus. It wasn't severe by any means, but the minor, faint pain seemed to reverberate from the very center of my head. An ache that throbbed and throbbed and throbbed. I feel kind of lightheaded. Nanami, where are you? Is this one of Shogun's traps? Is Shogun my ally? What kind of company is Nozomi Technology? Senna has such small tits. Who's Hatano anyway? Weird. I'm losing my train of thought.
バイオ周波数攻撃を受けているぞ。
The display on two of the monitors overhead suddenly changed. In place of the Nozomi logo, the faces of two middle-aged men appeared, one on each monitor.
まったく最近の若者は恐れ知らずだな。もちろん悪い意味でだが。
いかにもおそらく井ノ原先生が推進したゆとり教育の産物だろうね。
私はただ300人委員会のプランを実行したまでだがな。世界人間牧場計画の一環としては悪くないプログラムだったよ。
So the education system is canonically shit.
What's going on? Who were these people?
それを潰したのも井ノ原先生だというのがなんとも滑稽なところだよ。300人委員会も予想外だっただろうね。
私と倉持先生の野心も知らず、のうのうと世界を牛耳っているつもりなのだろうが、そんな連中に対するある種の宣戦布告だったんだよ、あれは。
世界を掌握するのに300人も必要ない。我ら2人で十分なのだからね。
What are those two talking about? Then, right as I was thinking that, the two men on the monitors turned their stares to me.
I'm wondering if, like, the Committee of 300 is gonna be like some kind of overarching villain in science adventure or something. Because although we keep bringing them up, there's no like real indication that we're actually going to interact with them.
それにしてもノロセが言っていた通りだったね。まさかここまで馬鹿正直に網にかかる者がいたと。
1週間も放置しておけば衰弱してろくに抵抗もできなくなろう。それから拷問しようとしゃれ込もうではないか。
畑野瀬名はすでにコードサンプル取得済みと資料にはある。
Hatono Senna? Who was that?
洗脳を施した方が良さそうだ。我らの兵士としよう。
兵士兼慰み者だな。ギガロマニアックスの少女をトレー
Oh,
ド
shut the
するな
fuck
ど
up.
実に気分が良さそうではないか。
I am so sick of this rapey bullshit.
井ノ原先生もお好きだね。ではギガロマニアックスの諸君、監禁生活をせいぜい楽しみたまえ。1週間が経つ頃にはプロジェクトノアにより世界は大きく変わっていることだろう。その変革の瞬間を見ることができない君たちに同情するよ。
The old men disappeared from the monitors, and the room was covered in darkness once again. It'd been a trap. It had all been a trap. To think two grown men, one of which I was sure was a member of the House of Representatives, would join forces just to trap some random otaku freak like me. This couldn't be real. It had to be a fucking joke. Nanami wasn't here. She had to be imprisoned somewhere else. I felt absolutely pathetic for playing right into their hands. If I'd have known this would happen, I would have just listened to Senna.
衆議院議員と憲政振興会の教祖が300人委員会の一員だったとはな。
Senna slammed her shoulder against the entrance again and again, but it refused to give in. It'd probably been locked from the outside. And seeing as it was extremely sturdy, trying to bust it open was likely impossible.
300人委員会
If I remembered correctly, wasn't that the name of that organization which occasionally popped up in conspiracy theories? Did it actually exist?
よく考えてみればそれも納得だ。もともと沈黙の兵器の理論を作ったのは300人委員会なんだからな。
さっきのおっさんたちが言ってたプロジェクトノアって何
Having given up, Senna stepped away from the door in defeat. She surveyed this dimly lit room with a sullen expression.
のぞみテクノロジーが進めている沈黙の兵器開発計画だ。
沈黙の兵器
一言で言うなら広範囲に作用するマインドコントロール装置だな。思考統率、視覚統合、五感制御、肉体的には損傷を与えることはない。音もないし色もないし匂いもしない。目にも見えない。だが確実に多くの人の精神をゆっくりと静かに汚染していく。誰にも気づかれないまま攻撃は完了しているんだ。
まるでギガロマニアックスの力みたいじゃないか。
当然だ。沈黙の兵器はギガロマニアックスを人工的に生み出そうという考えから始まったんだからな。
It was all so insane that it didn't even feel real. But in the end, That was just the way things were. I was no hero. Even if I was told that an insane conspiracy such as that was true, it was currently unfolding in Shibuya, I wouldn't feel the slightest urge to stand against it. Even if I were to go out and fight, I wouldn't be able to help anyone. I'd just leave it to someone who was actually useful. Maybe, just maybe, the Newton incidents, as well as the endless string of bizarre events that have been plaguing me, were all related to this Project NoAH. If that was the case, I would need to leave Shibuya as soon as possible in order to protect myself. All I wanted was for Nanami to be safe, for me to be safe, and for us to live in peace. That was all I wished for. For that to happen, I needed to find a way out of here. I couldn't stand the thought of being stuck in a place like this for upwards of a week, especially with there being no sign of any food or water anywhere. Oh, so that's what those old guys have been talking about. If we didn't eat or drink for an entire week, we'd inevitably start to break down. Worst case scenario, we could even die.
セナ、なんとかここから脱出する方法を考えてよ。
扉は開かない。
Senna looked utterly exhausted.
理想度は
なぜか出せなくなった。力を封じられたか。沈黙の兵器で攻撃されているぞ、西条。
Silent weapon attack? The hell? Are you saying there's no way out? Senna, with a look of pure exhaustion, slumped down to the floor.
Me right now, Senna. It is 80 degrees in my room. I only have 2 more recording sessions left, including this one, so I'll be fine. But, I may play Raincoat next, since it's on the Switch. I can stay out of my room for a while.
大丈夫？
体がだるい。それになんだか妙な気持ちだ。胸の奥が締め付けられるような。
You're growing flatter!
Her breathing shallow. Senna undid a few buttons of her uniform. Even in the dark, I could see that her skin was drenched in sweat. Despite our situation, I found myself getting flustered. Come to think of it, it did feel pretty hot.
Why do you have to be doing this to me now? Why now? Oh my gosh. Oh man. This is gonna be painful. My AC is broken and Texas is in a heat dome right now.
なあ、水を持ってないか。
I do. It's right here.
Of course I didn't. But I was getting thirsty too. Fast.
Sorry about that notification thing. I don't know why that happened.
The thought of spending a full week in this heat without a drop of water made me feel utterly helpless.
Those idiots realize these two can't survive without 3 days of water, right? Unless they're necrophiliacs or something.
Senna was staring fixedly at me. I knew there was no way I'd be able to maintain eye contact with the 3D girl, so I desperately looked away. I could still feel her gaze piercing through me. Don't look.
水はないよ。
When I answered, I took a quick glance at Senna. Our eyes met. Hold on. What was up with those shimmering eyes of hers? She almost looked like a love-struck maiden or some shit.
I mean, she's in a dark room with screens reflecting off of her eyes, so...
Well, I was both a virgin and had never had a girlfriend before, so I didn't know if that actually happened in reality. Panicking, I turned my back to Senna and gulped down my building saliva.
おかしい。気をつけろ西条。感情を操作されているかもしれない。
え、それってどういう？
お前を見ていると切ない気持ちになってくるんだ。くそ、ふざけた攻撃を。
At least Suwa just goes straight for the mental attacks, not whatever the hell this is.
So, the attack involved making Senna feel like she'd fallen in love with me. Or could it be that she'd already had feelings for me to begin with? Yeah, no way in hell. Use your brain, Takumi.
感情を操作って一体どんな仕組みで？
人の感情なんて結局脳を流れる電気信号でしかないんだ。
I hate people who talk like this, for the record.
その電気信号に干渉する技術は世界中で研究されてる。案外とっくに実用化されてるかもしれない。ましてや沈黙な兵器ノア2なら造作もないことだ。分かっただろう。世界は電気仕掛けだと私が言った意味が。
Does that mean it's like a program? Lines of ones and zeros. It'd be incredibly easy to tamper with something like that.
I assume this is also why Takumi randomly commented on her having a small chest.
It's a scientifically proven fact that electronic signals run through our brains. So in reality, not only our emotions, but both the mind and the soul are reducible to mere electronic signals.
I will kick your ass.
Wait a second. That's no different from 2D, is it? For example, let's look at a heroine from an Euro game. Lisa-Lot from ESO, the anime version of Seraton, and Senna. What's the difference between the four of them?
One of them's a well-written character, and the other is Senna. I'm joking. I'm joking.
If what Senna says about everything in the world being an electronic device is true, then there are no differences.
Wait, did I say Senna instead of Sarah? Ah, dang it. The one Sarah, I mean the one Senna hater is gonna get a kick out of that, I assume.
If what Senna says about everything in the world being an electronic device is true, then there are no differences. They're all the same. Mere electronic signals running through a device. I felt like I finally, albeit vaguely, understood why Senna had used the word error. If all of that was true, then this NoAH 2 weapon would be like some super deadly virus, or someone using cheats in order to PK. Not even Neidhart could win against those kind of people. And not only that, but compared to Neidhart, I was a ridiculously shitty playable character. So in the end, being trapped here and starving to death like a pathetic loser, well, that was a pretty fitting game over for me.
僕が悪いんじゃない。死亡フラグ立てまくってる。僕の中の人が悪いんだ。
Yeah, you're right. I did put you in this situation. Well, I didn't mean I specifically chose for you to come here. I just put you on the timeline that led to this path. And I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm just as blind about this as you are, Takumi. So don't give me crap for that.
Cradling my head, I curled into a ball. Around 28 hours had passed since we'd first gotten locked in here. During that time, I had dozed off and lost consciousness countless times.
Oh boy. We gonna have a sex scene or something? Oh boy.
I had been overwhelmed by a surge of uncontrollable emotions, with depression, mania, and other similar feelings, leaving me mentally exhausted. Senna and I hadn't said a single word to each other the entire time,
which is weird since they seem to be trying to make them have lust for each other, I think. I mean, I suppose they could also just pull the she's just falling for him, and that's not what they're doing at all. But we shall see.
She'd pretty much been completely and entirely useless ever since we'd gone locked up, really. The final ray of hope was the PC. Aside from the ones that had showed the detestable faces of the Diet member and that religion's founder, there were a ton of other monitors decorating the room.
Okay, so he was just straight up the founder? What the hell does second generation founder mean then?
And every one of them was connected to a single PC. Since the PC was connected to the internet, I tried posting a bunch of SOS messages on various boards, but it had all been in vain. I hadn't been able to post anything at all. The PC could download just fine, but uploading was completely throttled. Any attempts at sending chat messages or emails were quickly stuffed out. Under the orders of those two old guys, someone, somewhere, had to have been watching us. But why were they letting us access any information at all? I would soon learn the answer to that question. A few hours after starting to gather info online, I checked the articles tab of Taboo on a whim. Riot breaks out at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. An article with that title caught my eye, and immediately after that, it happened.
Woo!
It all began with a tremor from below. The floor, no, the very building itself started to shake violently. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open. I looked at Senna, who was covering her ears in agony. And then, a thunderous roar. The entire building thrashed around violently, as if the world itself was trying to make a gigantic milkshake.
That's a weird time to make that comparison, but okay.
Unable to stay upright anymore.
I yawn at perilous earthquakes that kill hundreds of people.
I tumbled over. My back crashed against the wall. Senna was crouched down in the center of the room, curled into a ball. And above her head, the monitor affixed to the ceiling was swaying back and forth like a pendulum. The world suddenly went into slow motion. The swaying of the monitor slowed down. With a dull sound, the aluminum pole holding the monitor snapped, and it fell down, ever so slowly, towards Senna. It was a feeling I had experienced once before. It was exactly like when Ayase had jumped off the school roof. She was going to die. If that giant monitor fell on her head, Senna would die. I couldn't make it in time. There were roughly 5 meters between us. Besides, I didn't have the courage to risk my life to save a 3D girl anyway. Even so, a delusion flared to life inside my mind. In that delusion, I kicked off the shaking floor, bolted over to Senna, and threw my arms around her in a magnificent save.
Except that's what you actually did.
And all of that happened in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, my body teleported over to Senna, threw its arms around her, and tumbled to the floor. The sound of the monitor crashing to the ground echoed right beside my ear. Even though the room had been so dark before, my field of vision was dyed white. Along with the ear-splitting sound of an explosion, I was slammed with an even greater impact than before. And with that, my last thread of consciousness was severed. How long had I been out? My consciousness drifted in and out of a deep slumber. I felt a ticklish, slightly annoying tingle on the tip of my nose, and upon noticing that faint, ever so slightly warm sensation, I opened my eyes.
Yep, I saw this coming.
Senna's face is only a few inches from mine. Her long hair draped over my cheeks. Her faint breaths blew right against my nose.
They had her unbutton her shirt so they could do this kind of CG.
Her eyes were closed, but her eyelashes were quivering. She must have only lost consciousness. We were really close. If I wanted to, I could have easily moved in and kissed her. I frantically tried to scare it away, but my body wouldn't move. That's when I finally realized what exactly had happened. Keeping my head completely still, I tried to survey my surroundings, but it was pitch black. I couldn't make out anything.
I may as well leave this part in. Yeah, I walked away and came back. It is so hot in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take little breaks and come back now and then so that I don't overheat or anything. I mean, I was probably in these temperatures out in Japan, but still.
It felt like a thin film had been draped over my field of vision, but there was no film. It was just a cloud of dust. We'd been buried in rubble. So it wasn't that I couldn't see anything around me. It's that there weren't any gaps in the rubble at all. No matter what direction I looked, I couldn't find a single opening. We had been lodged into an extremely cramped pocket of space beneath the rubble. Whenever I tried to force my hands or legs to move, I would hear the sound of pebbles crumbling to the ground. That sound made me realize I couldn't move or do anything at all. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Had there been an earthquake or something? Shibuya had experienced a lot of those recently, but maybe they had all been foreshocks. If so, this could have been the biggest earthquake to hit Tokyo since the Great Kanto earthquake. Did that mean the Nozomi building had collapsed? The terrorist attack that happened in America several years back came to mind.
Oh my gosh. Bringing an intense wave of hopelessness with it. The fact that we hadn't been. Sorry, it's not 9/11, and that's funny. It's bringing up the comparison here when it's both probably not nearly as many people, and kind of a significant real world tragedy. Yeah, okay. The fact that we hadn't been injured yet, despite being stuck in a crevice, was probably nothing more than an insane stroke of luck. And if you couldn't tell, I'm American, so, yeah. Yet being the key word. The rubble was just barely holding itself together, maintaining an extremely delicate balance. I had no way of making sure, but it was definitely possible that dozens of tons of debris were piled on top of us. If I made a single wrong move, that balance would be lost, and then that massive pile of rubble would crush us in less than a second. Imagining that as my last moment, I instantly froze in fear. I didn't want to die. I couldn't handle the idea of being crushed to death in a place like this, where nobody would ever know. Hopefully that doesn't mean that we're stuck here for the rest of the route, because these routes have a weird tendency of keeping us shut inside one room for an extremely long amount of time. Nanami and Mia's had us in the container. CoZ's had us out in the garden. And, CoZ's was probably the most dynamic. And Ayase's was right in front of that stair, whatever that place was. Hurry up and rescue me. A rescue squad, the self-defense force. I don't care who. Just get me out of here. I tried straining my ears to see if I could hear any people around, but there was nothing but silence. A deafening, eerie silence. All I could hear was the sound of Senna's breathing. And we couldn't have possibly had this CG without it showing her boobs. Could not possibly. No. Just, no. Totally impossible. This is very, very important. Look at that plot. Just so much plot. I mean, people are into minimal plots, but I tend to like bigger plots myself. But this is acceptable plot. Acceptable. I tried to... Yeah, okay. Damn it. Sleep like a goddamn baby, why don't you? Senna was lying sprawled on top of me, our bodies tightly pressed against each other, perfectly complementing one another. Her chest, her stomach, her legs, nearly her entire body was right on top of me. Ah, yes, I'm sure that this is the first instinct that anyone would think of after having a building fall on top of them and having somebody near them. She was heavy, and being forced to feel the softness of her arms and how slender her legs were, oh God. I realized how fragile life is. Naturally, I could still feel Senna's breath heating my cheek, and within it, I could smell something sweet, perhaps because of the crunchy coons she was always eating. Oh yeah, now I think about it. Oh wait. Takumi bought like 3 crunchy coons, but I don't think he actually had any of them for himself. But he did say that he had favorites. Her breaths were deep and steady. They followed a distinct rhythm.
and each time she breathed, I could feel her breaths faintly moving up and down directly against my body.
Yep. But that very, very important to know this. Very important. Building has just collapsed. Hundreds of people are dead. Possibly thousands. Shibuya and all of Tokyo has gone to hell. But, a girl just so happened to fall on top of him in the middle of that earthquake, and that immediately takes precedent over any other instincts. Yep, just the horny. The horny. That would be the immediate thing to come to anyone's mind, I'm sure. What's... Seriously? Seriously? People are dying, trapped under rubble. The entire world, as you know it, may have ended. And we're playing goofy on music. Okay then. Okay. Okay, we're actually doing. We're actually doing this then. Okay. Was this some kind of torture? An attack of this Forget the magnitude 7. There's an anime girl. Because all sense of reason within me to crumble in 5 minutes tops. Please tell me that was intentional. I needed to wake her up somehow in order to avert this crisis. I don't know about you, but this has me kinda shook. Damn it, not as funny.
Wait, I'd have to wake her up. Would it be right for me to do that? I mean, if I woke her up and she saw the state we were in, how would she react?
She would probably say, "Oh, crap, an earthquake. Wow, look, everything around us has collapsed. People are dying everywhere. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. We need to get out of here. We are literally going to die if we don't do something. Oh my gosh. We are literally on the rubble of a freaking tower."
So it was the same girl who regularly scowled at everyone and everything. So even though it was an accident far beyond my control,
there's no doubt in my mind that she'd labeled me as a pervert. Considering she wouldn't be thinking clearly. You don't say. Everything just went to hell and you're still talking me. You're still talking me, Nishijo. I don't know whether to clap or be disgusted. There's the very real possibility that she might rip out my throat. Or maybe a piece of rubble. And at this distance, taking Senna's position into account, not only could she easily do that, but I would be completely defenseless against it too. You know, with all my broken bones and stuff. Well, that was probably a bit too extreme to be realistic. I can't get over this music. I can't. But if Senna really were to wake up in a panic, you think she could very well end up causing the rubble to collapse on top of us, and that'd be the end of it. So you do register everything else? What? No. Girl. What the hell was I supposed to do? If I could have ripped my hair out, I would have, but my arms were broken. Ow. I'm suddenly realizing I should probably be dead. But since I obviously couldn't do that, I resorted to banging the back of my head against the rubble. Through that, I was able to suppress my instinctual lust for Senna. Don't pay this wench any heed. I'm not, and never will be into 3D girls. The girls I love are all 2D. Seraton, appear before me. Drive these worldly desires from my mind. I'm not into stuck-up bitches like her, so I won't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I can't control it anymore. She is unconscious, isn't she? Surely no one will mind if I make ample use of her while she is. How about I taste those arrogant lips of hers? The same ones that do nothing but spew Dude, like, what the hell has she done to you? Like, Takami's characterization of her is just so far off from how she actually is. Like, Senna's just Senna. She just exists. No, I shouldn't go straight for the lips. I'm not mentally prepared for that quite yet. In that case, how about I aim for her cheek? What does the skin of a 3D girl taste like, I wonder? Does it taste like sweat? Or does it perhaps taste sweet? Finally! Startled, I cut off the delusion inside my head. Senna's voice leaked out of her mouth, mixing in with her breath. It was quiet as a whisper. Her voice was so soft and frail. I would have never imagined it could come from someone who was normally so fierce and unstoppable. Her eyes were still closed. It didn't seem like she'd woken upon... What? Woken upon. I think that's a typo. Yeah, pretty sure that's it. She'd been talking in her sleep. I instantly felt a pang of relief, realizing she hadn't read my impure, perverted thoughts. I think if she heard them, the first thing would be, "What the hell is wrong with you? We are literally inside the rubble of a collapsed tower!"
From behind her closed eyelids, a tiny drop fell, and with a barely audible plop, it landed on my cheek. It was so very warm, and yet, after only a fleeting moment, it went cold. Even Senna cried sometimes, I suppose. Now even I was starting to feel sad. Had something happened between her and her father?
あの
A little worried, I timidly called out to her. With a twitch, Senna's body started to stir. Her eyes gently opened. Takumi, I'm pretty sure both of my legs are broken. Can you please help me? At point blank range, our eyes met. The drowsy Senna stared at me. Her eyes were still sleepy. She didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Don't look. It's embarrassing. It didn't take long for Senna's face to instantly turn beet red. Her eyes shot open and her gaze raced from side to side.
これはどうなってる
Natural reaction much?
動いちゃダメだ。瓦礫に押しつぶされちゃうから。
Oh, so now you're thinking about it.
瓦礫だと
I explained to Senna how we had been buried alive by the earthquake.
そうか。確かあの時、すごい揺れが来て、上から大きなモニターが落ちてきて。お前が私を助けてくれたんだったな。
助けて?
Oh yeah, that's how that did happen, didn't it? Though I don't have a single clue as to how.
礼を言う。私が守ってやる約束だったんだがな。まさか西条に助けられるとは。
助けて、助けて。
もっとダメなやつだと思っていたが、意外と男らしいじゃないか。
I don't think he's gonna be stepping up anytime soon.
どうも。
I would have never thought I'd get complimented like that in a million years. It must have been the first time in my entire life that I'd gotten a compliment from a 3D girl. Granted, Seiraton told me I was totally amazing all the time, but still.
だが、この状況は良くないな。
You're damn right it doesn't.
密着してるもんね。
バカ、そうじゃないだろう。ここで生き埋めになってることの方だ。
Takumi Nishijo, everybody.
ごめん。
まあ、密着してるのも良くない状況だが。
セナのギガロマニアックスの力で何とかしてよ。できるでしょ。
難しいかもしれないが、やるだけやってみよう。西条、私の目を見ろ。
なんで？
お前と私の間で周囲共通認識を作るためだ。
My nose is not broken. My nose is perfectly intact.
Did she ask me to look into her... Did she just ask me to look into her eyes?
Being squished together like this was already embarrassing enough, but doing that would completely smash my sense of reason I'd had left. I'd go feral.
ぐずぐずするな。
My sense of reason I had
聞こえなかったのか？私の目を見ろ。
Urged on by Senna's voice, I reluctantly obeyed. I gazed into her eyes. Then, those eyes turned directly toward me. Okay, this was really embarrassing. I never made eye contact with a girl for such a long time before. I never even looked people in the eye while talking to them in the first place, so I wasn't even close to comfortable with this. Making eye contact essentially meant that you were the only thing the other person was looking at. Right now, I was reflected in Senna's eyes, meaning I was the only thing she was looking at. I was monopolizing Senna's field of vision, and we were so close. Upon realizing that, I couldn't help but think that this embarrassing act was just as erotic as any H scene ever was. Gah, curse my eroge brain.
Is there an eroge specifically about being trapped in a small pocket in an earthquake in the rubble of a tower with a girl who's pinned onto you because she literally can't do... You know what? It's Japan. It probably exists somehow.
Shit, I need to stop these idiotic delusions. We were making eye contact. What if Senna were to see through me?
Wow. He's gone.
You wouldn't normally be able to read someone's thoughts just by looking into their eyes, but CoZ could, and Senna was a gigolomaniac as well. I couldn't do this. Making eye contact with a girl was impossible.
西条、目をそらすな。
Despite her saying that, Senna's gaze wasn't pointed in the right direction either. She was staring at my broken shoulder.
僕には無理。
そうか。実は私も無理だ。
You two are trapped in an earthquake rubble! You're not stuck in the school storage closet. You're trapped in the rubble of an earthquake! You literally compared this situation to 9/11!
こんな近い距離じゃ耐えれる？
Seeing Senna's stained beet red breathed some life back into me, actually.
Like, you could be doing this with, like, the most beautiful woman that you have the biggest crush on. You would still be worried about the freaking rubble. I know I'd be. I don't know about you guys. I'd probably be. Where in all this... Moe, go... yes, just... Moe, oh my gosh. Moe earthquake. Moe quake.
Was this girl not actually 3D?
Yeah, she's not actually 3D. She was a 2D character all this time. So are you.
A girl this cute couldn't be 3D.
Sounds like the name of an anime.
Senna, you're so cute, Senna.
Yes, because you are trapped inside rubble in an earthquake!
Senna's forehead, face, and even the nape of her neck were drenched in sweat. With how close we were, I could even smell it. There was no wind or anything either.
The rubble burying us had no openings!
Was there even a way for air to pass through at all? If not, then we were gonna run out of oxygen pretty soon! Upon thinking that, I realized that Senna's breathing had become
Really heavy! The rhythmic movement of her small chest on top of me had gone much faster than before.
まさか息苦しい。
Oh, shit!
うるさい。暑いだけだ。
Damn it, what was I supposed to take from that? Whatever. whatever. Just use your gigalomaniac powers already. Shouldn't you be able to make all this debris disappear like magic?
西条、お前の力でなんとかならないか。この状況じゃ私はうまく集中できない。
At this point, I'm convinced that the only thing he's capable of is deluding you. Minus the D. Actually, plus the D.
The hell are you on about? Don't tell me you're gonna start relying on me now. How exactly do you expect me to do anything about this? Materializing a flower bed beneath Iocene and saving you earlier were both just coincidences. It's not like I did any of it on purpose, baka, let alone consciously. Don't rely on me. I'm supposed to rely on you, Senna. Das geht peh! Not das geht bleh. Also, please stop breathing all this warm air on me. It's actual torture. A drop of Senna's sweat fell into my mouth. It was salty.
Oh wait, no, it was just sewage from one of the pipes. Oh god. I'm gonna die of illness.
勘弁して。
I was on the verge of tears. My sense of reason was this close to flying out the god. My sense of reason was this close to flying out the goddamn window. It was in my mouth. I was holding it in my mouth. Senna's juices.
おい、西条。
If you can't tell, it's not the heat that's making me go insane.
Senna's face. How long are we gonna be doing this scene? How long? Oh my gosh.
This is somehow worse than making out with 3D Sarah. Whatever. I don't remember how that scene goes whatsoever.
Senna's face was still red, but she seemed to be a lot more angry than she was before.
お前、殺すぞ。
Would not blame you.
All I did was taste your sweat. You can't kill me for that. Besides, it's your fault for letting it drop into my...
Ah, yes, the very easily controllable human instinct of sweat. Known to be especially under control when trapped inside pockets of the rubbles of buildings in an earthquake.
この状況でよくそんな。
You silly baka, getting all worked up while we're in an earthquake. It's rubble! In the middle of speaking, Senna buried her face in my chest, and by that I mean she just slightly moved her head downward, unable to bear the embarrassment. There was no way she had done it intentionally, but for me, that was the strongest blow out of anything so far.
You know, the funny thing is, too, they probably could have just, like, moved Takumi or her just slightly, mess with the layers a little bit. They wouldn't have had to do much.
Her breathing, it was passing through the gaps in my clothes and directly onto my skin. Quickly realizing what she'd done, Senna pulled her head back.
Oh crap, I just knocked a rock loose, we're gonna die.
Aw, couldn't it have lasted just a little while longer?
やめろよ。お前、何を考えてるんだ。
I'm thinking about how you're going to die. But, Takumi can't speak for Takumi. I don't think I would, even if I knew exactly, because his thoughts should not ever be published. Wait a second.
She was obviously shaken. Maybe she was just used to being the tough person in the room. Someone else taking control really left her flustered.
今すぐ妄想を封印しろ西条。お前のその股間のあれが硬くなって私の太ももに当たってるんだバカが。
Yes, the common Japanese word for the male genitalia thing.
What? Yeah, I did feel something there. Senna's soft, pillowy thighs.
妄想するなと言ってるだろ。
Suddenly, I found my face on the receiving end of a brutal headbutt. And since it was a surprise attack, and a mighty strong one at that, the single strike knocked me out like a light.
Honestly deserved. Abandon him. Let him die in there.
私はもう天聖振興会に戻る気はない。
実に惜しいね。君の才能を私は買っていたのだ。
利用していたの間違いだろう。私はもうあなたの言葉を信じない。教祖としての倉持雄大の虚像でしかないと分かった。
信仰の救いを君も欲していただろ
う。かつての私は欲していた。だが今は違う。
では何を欲しているのか。
償いのための死だ。
一度信仰に触れた者は離れることなどできない。君は離れたつもりでも信仰はいかなるものを見捨てない。
神に頼るんだ。神に匹敵するものを作ってしまった私には神にすがることは許されない。
西条、起きろ、西条。
I could hear an extremely pompous conversation between two unfamiliar men. Senna's hushed shouts jutted in between the two voices, causing me to open my eyes. Unsurprisingly, we were still squished together, enclosed in rubble with no way to escape.
君は君自身の意志でその未来を選び取っている。全ては君の責任。だが一人で背負うのは重すぎる。信仰の救いがもたらされればその重みも多少は減る。
誰かいる。話し声が聞こえる。
I nodded in response. I could hear the voices of two men. Seemed like some cosmic church of the divine light randos. At the very least, it definitely wasn't a rescue party.
あいつだ。あいつが近くにいる。
I could vividly hear the sound of Senna gritting her teeth.
言葉を語るのをやめるんだ、倉持。あなたの技術は私の心には
残念だ。もっとも君がいなくてもすでにノア2は完成している。あとは世界に向けて我らの意志を発信するのみ。
我らのではなく、あなた、井ノ原構造。
A third man joined in the conversation. What the hell were they talking about? And where was it coming from? The fact that we could hear their voices meant that they had to be at least somewhat close to us. Maybe there wasn't as much rubble on top of us as we might have thought. Senna shifted slightly. Her hand gripped my uniform tightly. So tightly, it was like she was enduring an intense pain. Her gaze pointed downward, but she didn't make eye contact with me.
これからの世界に300人による統治から2人による統治に変わるというわけだ。今日がその夜明けだ。
My field of vision was suddenly overwhelmed with light. Small pieces of rubble surrounding us began to crumble. Senna raised her head in shock. A hand reached toward us from above, peeking through a gap in the rubble.
無事か、セナ。
前
That hand began to pull Senna up through the debris. As it did, the crevice beneath the rubble widened, and once her weight was lifted off of me, I could finally move again. I crawled out of the gap that had been made by Senna's body. It was the room in the Nozomi building, the very same room we had been trapped in.
君もノロセ同様に我らが使ってやろうと言っているのにそれを拒否するとは法治側ではなく家畜として生きるのが望みかね
Almost all of the monitors that had been hanging from the ceiling had crashed to the floor, leaving all of their screens broken. Naturally, nothing was displayed on them anymore. Even the walls and various other chunks of the room were beginning to collapse. But all in all, the room wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected it to be. I'd assumed we'd been buried alive, but there wasn't even that much rubble. In hindsight, I could have probably escaped if I had tried to. I felt like such an idiot for being too scared to move.
You technically did the smart thing, waiting to whatever.
セナ。
Senna was facing a man I had never seen before.
Yes, you have.
He was wearing a ragged coat that complemented his clouded eyes. Overall, he looked like your typical homeless man. I had the feeling I had met him somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where. Maybe we had passed each other in Shibuya at some point. Aside from the two of them, there was no one else there. The voices of the people who had trapped us, the member of the House of Representatives and the Cosmic Church's founder, must have come from a speaker somewhere in the room.
おや畑野よどうやら親子で感動の対面を果たしたようだね
Daughter, that man was Senna's father? I definitely heard Senna say the name Hatano before.
せいぜい再会の喜びでも語っているがいいそしてそこから眺めているのだな世界が変革していく様を
ノア2をフル稼働させれば渋谷だけでなく世界中の全ての人間に作用を及ぼすことが可能だそのネットワークはすでに構築され
Suddenly, the voice from the speaker was cut short. And then, a series of strange sounds came through them, which meant their power hadn't been cut off. Something was wrong.
今のって
Norosei.
銃声。
After the gunshots came the raspy sounds of a man breathing raggedly.
バカなこんなはずでは私はこれから統治者に
A final deathly scream. Then, with a dull click, the audio was cut short once more, and the speaker fell silent. An oppressive silence covered the room. What had just happened?
It's kind of funny how two of the main antagonists don't even have a portrait.
殺されたんじゃ。
殺された？誰に？
知らないよ。
The two voices were being broadcast from somewhere else, and the audio was coming out of the speakers. So how close were they to the room we were in? At the very least, they had to be somewhere in the building. Taking that into consideration, the culprit who killed those two had to be close by.
逃げようよ。殺人鬼がここに来るかも。
I mean, there is. 2, 3, in fact. I suppose it's possible that NoAH just had Mamoru killed them or something. Well, actually, no. It wouldn't be Suwa because he's loyal to the church, so yeah, NoAH.
だから殺人鬼って誰だ？なんであの二人は殺された？いや、殺されたと判断した根拠は？
落ち着け、セナ。
Calm your tits.
お前には聞いてない。
悲鳴聞いたでしょ。殺されたとしか思えないよ。
Who'd killed them? Shogun. Wait, wasn't Shogun supposed to be a member of Nozomi? No. That's just an assumption on my part. There was no evidence proving he had anything to do with them.
逃げるのは少し面倒だ。このビルは崩れかかっている。あちこちに歪みが生じている。私がこの部屋に入ってきた直後に、入り口が瓦礫で塞がれてしまった。
Damn, that's some plot convenience stuff.
It was just as Hatano said. But I had this nagging feeling. One that told me that, considering the way the walls and everything around us had collapsed, there was way more debris than there should have been. I had a bad feeling about this. Well, it wasn't like I'd ever been to an abandoned building before, so I couldn't exactly judge the relationship between the way a room collapsed and the amount of rubble produced. The only thing I knew for sure was that we'd managed to escape being buried alive, but the fact that we were still locked in hadn't changed.
ディソードで壊せばいい。
It finally occurred to me that the bizarre resonant sound from earlier had finally stopped. Maybe the earthquake had destroyed the device that had been the source. I think it was called a porter. If that was true, then Senna might be able to get us out of here. I breathed a sigh of relief, then waited to hear Senna's brilliant plan of escape.
Okay, guys, I've got the perfect plan. We kill Takumi and carve one of his bones into a key.
However, she didn't take out her D-sword. She simply continued to glare at Hatano-san.
あの二人と何を話していた？
昔話だ。互いに分かり合うことのできない。
分かり合うことのできない？本当にそうか？今でもつながりがあるんじゃないのか？この半年、どこで何をしていた？今になってこの場所に都合よく現れたのはなぜだ？このビルのどこかで私たちをモニタしていたからじゃないのか？
私はこの半年、渋谷を徘徊していただけの死にたがりだ。天聖振興会にも望みテクノロジーにも戻るつもりはない。
Senna gave a light click of the tongue and turned toward me.
あの二人が殺されたと思う根拠は？
それはだから。
彼らは敵が多い。
Hatano stepped in.
誰に殺されても納得できる。
お前には聞いてないと言っているだろ。
でもほら、悲鳴とか銃声が聞こえて。
本当にそうか？単なる演技の可能性は？そもそもスピーカーから聞こえていたあの二人の声はリアルタイムのものか？
Okay, here's the gaslight and the gatekeeping girl boss.
What is she talking about?
地震対策がしっかりしてる日本で、のぞみグループという日本を代表する巨大企業の本社ビルがこれほどの地震被害を受けている。それだけとんでもない地震が起きたということだ。そんな状況でなぜあの二人はこの部屋のスピーカーでベラベラと裏事情を話してくれたんだ。
Senna painstakingly enunciated her each and every word, as if to make sure I knew exactly what I was claiming. Classified information? What, like NoAH 2 and the third melt? Not that I knew anything about them either way.
これ見よがしに感じる。奴らは裏事情を私たちに意図的に聞かせる必要があったのかもしれない。あの二人は実在しているのか？地震が起きる前にすでに死んでいた可能性は？西条、私もお前もこのビルに乗り込んでからあの二人とは一度も会っていない。そうだな。
でもモニターで喋ってた。
モニターの中でだろ？実際に会ったわけじゃない。あんなものいくらでも細工できる。スピーカーについても言うまでもない。
I'm just imagining Norose with hand puppets of both of them.
何か変だ。不可解だ。それに私は。
Hatono, staring at me with wide eyes, interrupted Senna.
西条匠君、
That's a new sprite.
君がそうなのか？そうか、君が。
動くな。
Senna, in response to being ignored, called out to Hatono-san in a sharp voice.
もう一度聞く。お前はなぜここにいる？
お前たちを助けに来た。いや、殺されに来たというのが本心かもしれない。
心配しなくてもすぐに殺してやる。でもその前に質問に答えろ。私たちがここにいることをどうして知っていた？
強い心の呼びかけを感じた。
ギガロマニアックスでもないお前がどうしてそれを感じることができるんだ？
She did call out to him in her sleep.
いや、ギガロマニアックスでさえ心の呼びかけなんていう曖昧な妄想を感知できるのはごく一部だけだ。
Someone like CoZ, for an example. Come to think of it, I wonder how she's doing. Was she caught up in the earthquake? I hope she's safe.
本当に感じたのか？最初から知っていたんじゃないのか？私たちがこの部屋におびき寄せられたことを。
冷静になれせな。憎しみに心を支配されているぞ。
Give in to the hatred.
冷静になれだと？ずっと殺したいと思っていた人間を目の前にして冷静でいられるはずがないだろう。
考えすぎてはいけない。物事は陰謀論ほど複雑ではなく、もっとシンプルだ。
この場にお前が現れるのは都合が良すぎるんだ。最初から仕組まれたことじゃないのか？
So yeah, here we seem to be kind of showing just how much of a conspiracy theorist Senna tends to be. She's extremely paranoid to the point that she immediately thinks of conspiracies for pretty much every situation.
この部屋におびき出されて監禁された私たち、地震直後に現れたお前という存在、スピーカーからのこれ見よがしの陰謀論風な演説とその不可解な中断。そもそも この部屋が望みのビルである確証もない。私たちが気絶している間に別の場所に運び込まれていたとしたら。
Yep, she's ranting.
望みのビルに内装だけ模してある部屋、地震など起きていなくて散乱している瓦礫も人為的に配置したもの。
Okay, at that point, that's a little ridiculous. The more words Senna threw out, the more unsure I became on what to believe. It felt like the very foundation of knowledge I had always relied on was collapsing, like it was being pulled apart piece by piece.
疑心暗鬼は己を滅ぼす。気をしっかり持て、セナ。
お前に名前を呼ばれたくはない。会話をするつもりもない。質問に答えろ。
They're good questions to have, but I think you're going a little too far.
地震は起きた。確実にだ。渋谷のあらゆる建物は崩壊しかかっている。死傷者は4桁以上だ。
それを証明する方法を持っているのか。
その壁を崩してみるといい。お前の理想度で。
Senna threw out her right hand as if she was shaking something off. Her D-sword materialized in an instant. Senna swung it down toward the wall without hesitation. The D-sword smoothly cleaved through the wall like a hot knife through butter. The wall broke down. Immediately after, a fierce, chilly wind blew through the room. The scenery from behind the destroyed wall was laid bare before us. And what we saw there was...
But how do we know that this isn't a replica of Shibuya destroyed? Suspicious.
Shibuya transformed into literal ruins of death. Just a few hours ago, it had been crowded with people. Flashy videos were playing at an insane volume from various jumbotrons, and it was overflowing with glittering decorations, things all befitting the city of youth. But now, almost all the iconic buildings had collapsed, and those that survived were either leaning at a sharp incline or had violent cracks gradually eroding away at them. Not a single car remained on the road. The asphalt had caved in at multiple points and risen up at many others. Pitch black smoke billowed from numerous locations and disappeared into the blackened sky. That was the Shibuya we saw from atop the skyscraper. Senna had only been jumping at shadows, and I was no better. There was no mistaking it. We were still on the 31st floor of the Nozomi building, and an earthquake had occurred. There was no telling when the building we were in would collapse. If the building were to fall, I'd have no chance of surviving. It would end with me being crushed under endless tons of rubble. I could be buried for all eternity, my body never being found. I needed to get out as fast as humanly possible. Trembling violently, I surveyed the room. Huh? My eyes instinctively honed in on an object. A monitor that had fallen on the floor.
単なる地震でここまで被害が大きくなるはずがない。ノア2か。
そうだ。サードメルト。ノア2の最終稼働実験だ。
Half of the LCD screen was broken, so nothing was displayed on it. However, the remaining half was tenaciously staying lit. I didn't think it'd been on when I'd looked earlier, but I wasn't completely sure.
サードメルト。お前も関わっているのか。
言っただろう。私はもう半年以上前に 望みから逃げ出した人間だよ。
望みだけじゃない。お前は私や母さんや妹からも逃げたんだ。
ああ、認める。
Only half listening to Senna and Hatano's son's strained arguing, I crouched down in front of the monitor. There were letters on it. Text was being displayed.
Takumi, are you seeing this? Yes or no?
What the? A chat room? They'd said my name. Why? Why had they said my name? What did they mean, are you seeing this? The whole thing creeped me out. Who'd written it? Their handles seemed to be corrupted. How did they know my name? How did they know I was in this building, let alone this very room? Maybe it was Grim. I never asked him before. What if he was actually some crazy super hacker all along? Nah, that's the next game. Or maybe it was Shogun like usual. Was he reading my mind again, prepping to give me my next quest? The sight of Nanami covered in blood resurfaced in my mind. Right, Nanami was being imprisoned somewhere. If this was in any way related to Nanami, she could be killed if I didn't respond to this message. I crouched down to the keyboard that had fallen down near the monitor, then let out a single groan. I had no idea whether or not the keyboard was actually connected to the monitor. All I could do was pray it would work, and so I pressed the N key. My input was reflected on the monitor. Seemed like I could use the keyboard to type in chat after all, under the temporary handle guest. I replied with N, i.e. no, since their message hadn't clarified what I was supposed to be seeing. What was I supposed to be seeing? Since I didn't know that yet, I couldn't answer why, i.e. yes, until I knew more. Nanami's life could be at stake, so I had to be even more careful than usual.
You responded to our query, so I believe it's safe to assume you were seeing this.
Another message arrived.
I am grateful we were able to establish contact with you.
Huh?
We are the Committee of 300.
Wait, so it wasn't Shogun. It was the Committee of 300. I'd heard that name over and over today.
Well, speak of the devil.
Those old guys that had supposedly been killed earlier, Kuramochi and Inohana, had both said they were a part of the Committee of 300.
西条、どうした？
Senna peeked over my shoulder at the monitor.
なんだそれは。
わからない。僕に名指しで呼びかけてきて。
Aoi Senna, you too are being monitored by us. All three of you are. Nishijo Takumi, Aoi Senna, and Hatano Issei.
Alarmed, both my gaze and Senna's snapped to the ceiling. Were they watching us with security cameras? There were several things in the room that looked like cameras, but all of them had been destroyed by the earthquake, and therefore weren't working. The other monitors were completely silent too.
そいつ何者だ？
We are the Committee of 300,
何をバカ。
so our introduction
300人委員会だと証明することはできるのか？西条、そう打ち込め。
Before I could even start typing, another message appeared.
You needn't type. You are being monitored in real time. However, not by traditional means. There are no surveillance cameras present in that room. The devices of your world are unnecessary, at least to us. To put it simply, understand that we possess the viewpoint of God, seeing seeing all from a higher order layer of being. There's no possible way for you to verify this system, nor even the concept. In a similar manner, we regrettably have no means by which to validate us as the Committee of 300 either. You will simply have to go by our word. So the Committee of 300? Is it possible that they're actually like some higher dimensional being? That's actually a hive mind, perhaps. Well, higher dimensional being is what we seem to be going with anyways. Though I suppose it's also possible you're in a simulation. We're outside the simulation.
ノア2の攻撃？それともギガロマニアックスからの妄想攻撃か？西条、こいつが将軍の可能性は？
There was no way I could figure out with how little we'd been given. I shook my head from side to side. To her, it probably looked like I was about to cry. Senna responded with an irritated click of her tongue.
さっき胃の花と倉持を殺した殺人鬼じゃ。
いや、むしろ可能性が一番高いのはこいつが胃の花か倉持のどちらかということだろう。300人委員会を名乗ってるぐらいだしな。
Senna proceeded to point the tip of her D-sword at Hatono-san. She one-handed the gigantic, viciously sharp sword with incredible ease.
Or it's possible that Kuramochi and Inohana thought they were part of the committee.
あるいはお前の差し金による罠かもしれない。
私がこのような細工をする意味はない。
Squatting down to look at the monitor was tiring out my legs, and reading the text in the dark was equally taxing. To combat this, I shoved some debris off of a table and placed the monitor on top of it.
倉持と井ノ花以外の300人委員会メンバーかもしれない。何しろ300人いるのだから。
いずれにせよ、こいつが本物ならという前提がつく。自分から名乗る黒幕はドラマや映画の中だけだ。
本物か偽物かという判断。
Or visual novels.
今はそれほど優先されるべきことではない。重要なのはこの自称300人委員会メンバーが井ノ花と倉持を殺した殺人鬼なのかそうでないかだ。
Indeed, we disposed of Inohana and
こいつが
Kuramochi.
犯人。
So those two really were killed.
They sought to betray us, you see. They were not disposed of because they were considered a threat, or the odds of their plan bearing fruit were null. It is simply necessary to eliminate programs that contain errors. This was merely some debugging, essentially.
倉持たちがモニターしていた部屋からコンタクトしてきているかもしれない。
でもだったらなんでスピーカーを使わないの？
声を聞かれたくないからだろう。正体を知られたくないんだ。
僕らの知ってる誰かなの？
It always is.
書き込んでいる男はかなり慎重だということだよ。いや、男かどうかも不明だが。
この書き込みをしているのが井ノ花か倉持で単なる自作自演だとしたら、
井ノ花と倉持の2人での仲違いだというのか。
そうかもしれないし、実は2人とも生きていて私たちを騙しているだけかもしれない。
騙す意図について推測できているのか。
We would prefer it if you didn't misunderstand. Neither Kuramochi nor Inohana were members of the Committee of 300. They
だっ
were
たら
merely under
何者
the...
だって言うんだ。
I knew
神
it!
だとでも言うつもりか。
Damn! Okay. They were merely under the impression that they were, and it was us who implanted this idea in them. They proved convenient pawns in our guise. The same can be said for all those involved in the Committee of 300 conspiracy theory. Us true members have yet to take the stage. Even if we were to consider doing so, that much is not possible, for we do not exist in your world.
このチャット相手との議論はしない方がいいかもしれない。相手の意図が不明だ。言葉しか見えないのではいくらでもフェイクの情報を織り交ぜることができる。
The advice was solid, but the text on the monitor kept appearing rapidly. I couldn't get a read on the guys behind the handle. They knew a terrifying amount of information about us.
Calling us God would be appropriate. We are the 300.
つまり
Each of us with our own assigned districts. We are those who administer your world. Our administration aims to erase errors and establish order.
Right as I finished reading everything they'd written up until that point, an idea suddenly popped into my head. It was something I had thought about many times before.
あなたはゲームマスターっていうこと？
ゲームマスター、どういう意味だ。
演出で言えば開発者側ってこと。もっとわかりやすく言うなら中の人だよ。
ちっともわからないぞ。
Rubbing her temples, a sour look crossed her face. Kids these days.
Dude, I'm pretty sure she's slightly older than you. Nishijo Takemi's explanation is accurate.
マジで？おお、来たこれ。
We are the game masters who administer the progression of this MMORPG. You are all players, or perhaps NPCs. NPC, video game terminology, short for non-player character, a term used in tabletop RPGs that has recently been adopted into online games. As the name suggests, it is a character that is not controlled by a player.
The theory I'd had delusions upon delusions about had been true all along. There was a person outside my reality controlling me, just like how I controlled Neidhart. Someone was controlling me in the same way.
だったら僕の中の人に言ってよ。キャラメイキングを今すぐやり直せって。もっと僕を操作する腕を上げろって。
I shouted that at the monitor. I felt Senna's puzzled gaze land on my back.
The reason we have established contact with you is because we have a request. If you agree to cooperate, we have prepared a cheat code as compensation.
すごいぞ。チートは裏技みたいなものだよ。
I saw something that you could. I saw something in the settings where you could put codes. And I kept wondering what those were, so I'm wondering if it's like you have to input a specific thing that they'll give you and that will unlock the true ending somehow.
演数で言えばそのコードを入力するだけでレベル1だったキャラを一瞬でレベル50にできたり、あとはドロップ率 0.025% の超レアアイテムを何の苦労もせずにいきなり手に入れたりできるんだ。もしチートコードがあるなら僕はもう弱っちい肝タじゃなくなるんだ。本当の勇者になれるかも。三次元女子とも気取らずに喋られるようになる。
This was the exact epic plot moment I've been hoping for. Becoming the strongest and most popular character without any actual effort. I'd be totally OP.
Sounds like every isekai anime. OP, video game terminology, short for overpowered, used when referring to a character, ability, or some other thing in a game that is too powerful compared to everything else. Players often complain whenever faced with something they consider overpowered, but when they themselves find themselves using something of a similar level, they remain silent. After all, it's incredibly exhilarating to be in a position where you can trounce enemies left and right with no real difficulty. Holy shit, this is actually happening. The Committee of 300 are actual fucking gods. Like, actually, this is so fucking awesome sauce. Holy shit. Man, we are getting so many index terms. Netslang, a degradation of the word god, used to refer to extremely respected figures. Similar to god tier, a way of referring to something as if it were on the level of a god, i.e. extremely good.
それがチートコードだとして本当にあると思うのか。このチャット相手は高次存在らしいが、そんな神のような存在が私たちと同じ言葉や用語を使っているのはなぜだ。
I mean, you also gotta think about this. When you make a video game, you generally tend to give the NPCs the same language as you, so that you, the player, can understand and read what's going on. Because the reason it exists is to be observed and interacted with.
これは罠だ。
Unfortunately, your conjecture proves incorrect.
詭弁だ。
I assure you our usage of familiar terms to you is fully intentional. The words we frequently make use of do not exist in your world. Your belief or lack thereof lies within you.
信じる。
Choose not to believe us, and we will resort to entertaining other methods.
I wanted to believe them. I didn't want to continue living in fear any longer. If I was able to get a power even stronger than Shogun's, I'd be able to live in peace.
We are grateful for your cooperation, Nishijo Takumi. We would
神
like...
ならばなぜ自らの力を行使しない。
We would like you to eliminate an error for us. What you three know is NoAH 2. It has the capability to severely disrupt the balance of the game, and in the worst case scenario, it may cause crashes or even wipe the game data entirely. At the present time, NoAH 2 has effectively forced your world into autistic mode.
頭が痛くなってくる。
In other words, it only accepts minimal interference from us. The game masters cannot directly intervene in the game. In the end, we are nothing more than your administrators. In order to eliminate errors, we require your cooperation. Autistic mode. Autism is a neurological condition characterized by atypical communication and language development. In various Japanese sci-fi media, the term autistic mode was adopted in order to describe a situation in which all communication is shut off, rendering the entity completely isolated from the rest of the world. Featured in the sci-fi manga that popularized this term, cybernetically enhanced brains are one such entity. Not quite sure what that means.
口から出任せにしか思えない。直接介入できないというなら、どうやって胃の鼻と倉持を排除した？
We have other cooperators. You may think of them all
協
as
力じゃなくて、
debuggers.
私たちを利用したいだけだろ。
However, none of them hold the power necessary to destroy NoAH 2. For this, we require the cooperation of gigalomaniacs. So, they had Inohana and Kuromochi killed, but Norose is the one behind NoAH 2, so I assume he's not the one, like, directly behind its Well, I mean, he's the one who's in charge of it, so, like, he wouldn't be taking orders from the Committee of 300, I assume. Like, he knows about them, but... Oh, boy. Call it whatever you wish. We will not deny it.
それは確かに。
However, we are confident our interests align here.
巧妙だな。
Oh wait, did I not read the rest of that? We have other cooperators. You may think of them all as debuggers. Oh wait, nah, I did read it.
一連の書き込みを見ている。300人委員会は実在しているとも実在していないとも取れる。これがノア2による攻撃である可能性もある。
でも井の花と倉持がノア2を使って300人委員会を裏切ろうとしてたのは本当のことだったじゃないか。あいつら自身がそう説明してたよ。
あの時点から妄想による攻撃が始まっていたとしたら、さっきも言っただろう。モニターやスピーカーで喋っていた井の花と倉持が本物である証拠は一つもない。
Man, shut up, Senna! I want to hear the plot!
さっきからセナは疑ってばかりじゃないか。
Yep.
この状況で信じられるのは自分だけだ。世界は全て電気仕掛けで、電気信号に細工するだけで簡単に見ているものを捏造できる。
Okay, look, Senna, you have a point. I want to hear what they have to say.
ここから見える崩壊した渋谷の光景も、この瓦礫だらけの部屋も、300人委員会を名乗る存在からの書き込みも、今この場でこうして話している西条や。
Senna shot a glance at Hatano-san.
この男ですらも偽物かもしれないんだ。
セナ。
If your mind is but an electronic device and your feelings electrical signals, then the hatred you feel toward your father must also be programmed in. This applies to human death as well. Therefore, you have no need to feel any more of the sadness you feel over the cruel deaths of your mother and younger sister. Do you deny this?
Senna gritted her teeth. Her expression grew angrier and angrier.
They have a point.
これは妄想だ。私の心への攻撃だ。惑わされないぞ。
Well then, here's our proposition.
何？
If you succeed in destroying NoAH 2, we shall revive your mother and younger sister.
セナ、言葉に流されるな。この書き込みが精神攻撃かもしれないと言ったのはお前自身だ。
でも
チートコードなら可能かも。何しろ相手は神だし。
All things that make up this world are electronic devices. You said so yourself, Aoi Senna. Whoops. If you were to examine electronic devices at a more conceptual level, you would find that they are composed merely of digital data. Concepts such as life and death are just more fabrications. Bringing a person back from death exactly as they were, with all their memories intact, present no trouble at all. For us game masters, that is.
判断を誤るな。お前はそう信じたいだけだ。現実に蘇ることなどない。
うるさい。お前は黙ってろ。
心の負い目につけ込まれているぞ。相手は巧妙だ。とに いつは神などではない。今確信した。ただの詐欺師だ。神は自己完結した存在でなければならない。生死の概念そのものを持ち合わせていないし、理解できない。そういう存在だ。
黙れと言ってるだろ。お前の宗教観は聞いてない。
That's an interesting view on what a god is.
Senna's D-sword once again found itself pointed at Hatano-san.
元はといえばお前がいけないんだ。お前が母さんを殺しさえしなければ。
その償いはするつもりだ。私を殺しても構わない。むしろ私はそれを望む。だから母さんを蘇らせようなどという虚言を信じるな。
そうやって逃げようとするのが一番許せないんだ。
Oh, for fuck's sake. Now wasn't the time for some father-daughter screaming match. Maybe I should just leave these two behind. Then I could go and take the cheat code for myself.
今決めた。お前は殺さない。ノア2を破壊して母さんが生き返ってもお前には合わせない。そして一生後悔し続けろ。
どこまでも純粋だな、セナ。感情に突き動かされながら電気仕掛けの世界を願うか。お前は矛盾している。すまない。私がお前をそうさせてしまった。
父親面をするな。今さらそんな顔しても私はお前を認めない。おい、私たちを見ているお前。
Senna looked toward the ceiling and shouted out.
チートコードの入手方法を教えろ。
Hatano-san said nothing more. All he did was stand there with a sad look on his face. His shoulders sagged.
It seems you've finally come to your senses. The cheat code has already been sent to your world. However, that being said,
鍵は
our ability to interfere freely has been inhibited. We were not able to place it where you are now. We must ask you to retrieve it for us. It is located underground in Shibuya Station. You will find it in a coin locker near the ticket gate of the Fukutoshin line. It has been placed in locker number 1009. Aoi Senna, you possess an IC card for public transportation.
さすが神
Yes.
用意がいい。
Hey, I know what an IC card is. The coin locker is the type which uses an IC card to lock, authenticate, and give payment. The required data has already been sent to Aoi Senna's card. Whoops. Debugging. The process of removing and/or fixing bugs in a program. The software dedicated to this task or the persons who do the debugging are known as debuggers.
チートコードってどんな形をしてるの？
That is something not even we know. Whatever item present in your world that it has taken the form of is unimportant. Regardless of its form, once you obtain the code, the moment you fulfill the condition, the cheat code will activate. To fulfill the condition, you simply need to destroy the item it has taken the form of. The target, NoAH 2, is located directly above the coin locker. It can be found in the planetarium near the east entrance of Shibuya Station. Upon obtaining the cheat code, you must destroy the planetarium. And with that, everything will fall into place. We pray for your success.
The monitor immediately went black. With only a dull click, the committee was gone, even though we hadn't touched a thing. I was overflowing with excitement. I met God, the person controlling me. The world turned out to be structured in a multi-layered fashion, and I was able to talk to someone on a higher layer. I could get a real-life cheat code. I could say farewell to my shitty life forever. I become invincible. Nobody, and I mean nobody, would be able to scare me anymore. Shogun, Yua, and Nozomi technology would no longer be my enemies. I'd won. I'd won at life. I wanted to head for Shibuya Station immediately. I wanted to get my hands on that cheat code as soon as possible. But despite that, Senna continued to waste time. She kept her sword pointed directly at Hatano-san. Her head hung low.
セナ、行かないの?
Senna, hearing my call, let out a small sigh, then lowered her sword. Without so much as a glance at Hatano-san, she walked straight past me, and then she casually swung her D-sword. And with that, the rubble blocking her path was cleanly dispersed.
行こう。
She spoke in a subdued voice, one that was far removed from the rage she had been showing only a moment prior.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Hatano Issei watched his daughter and Nishijo Takumi leave until they fell out of sight, and once they did, he took a seat in the middle of the rubble. I wish to talk with God for just a moment longer. As he became the last remaining person in the room, he said those words into the air. His daughter Senna had looked like she had something to tell him, but instead she had simply thrown a sharp glare his way, only to click her tongue, turn her head away, and leave without saying a word. Nothing had escaped Hatano's lips either.
300人委員会まだ見ているのか?
He faced the silent, pitch-black monitor and called out to it. There was no response for a while, leaving Hatano to continue staring emptily at the monitor. Eventually, the screen roared back to life, displaying the chat log from before. Now that I think about it, I wonder if, the drawing that, Takumi made, the Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes monster, I wonder if that is the Committee of 300. Why? He responded with why, meaning yes.
なぜセナと西条匠なんだ?
With Shibuya in its current state, they were the gigalomaniacs we had the highest likelihood of
こちら
establishing
の世界は
contact
どの
with.
ような定義?
That is all. There is no ulterior motive beyond
実験
that.
場か牧場か?
The World Human Domestication Project is merely the delusion born of a certain selection of conspiracy theorists. As was stated before, we do not directly intervene in your world. The Worldwide Human Domestication Project, a term that would find its way into any discussion about the famous Committee of 300 conspiracy. Those who did not know of the conspiracy speculated that the Committee of 300 means to establish a one-world government to unify the world, and once they do, they shall guide the world through the creation of a new world order. Aside from a selection of chosen people, all of humanity will be subjected to semi-permanent brainwashing, applied via a silent weapon, turning them into mindless slaves. Just like livestock, their flesh, milk, labor, children, and very lives shall be endlessly stolen away by the elite. Should this be realized, it would perhaps be humanity's cruelest, most systematic utopia of all. Unknowingly having their wills stolen from them and being automated as livestock, the remains of humanity would be constantly exploited, all while continuing to live their lives in blissful ignorance. As they would have no way to know of their exploitation, they would never raise any objections, nor rebel against their circumstances.
世界人間牧場計画が妄想だとしても、沈黙の兵器は妄想ではない。現にノア2が存在している。
That is related to our current error. The error born from
そ
you.
して世界は再びお前たちの秩序のもとに置かれるのか。無自覚の奴隷としてお前たちに搾取され続けるのか。
The error born from you, Nishijo Takumi, and Norosei Genichi. We are putting our best efforts into fixing this error. Wonder if this has to do with these multiple paths we've got. As Hatono spoke, a horrifying possibility stemming from his own words came to him, and his brow furrowed.
世界人間牧場計画はすでに完了している。
You produce an interesting concept, but that is not quite the right way to
最
put
初の
it.
質問に答えろ。
To correctly express it from the viewpoint of God, you were all already livestock from the moment of this world's inception. Nevertheless, this is nothing but a hypothetical.
300人委員会にとってこちらの世界はゲームなのか実験場なのか牧場なのか。
In response to Hatano, fell silent. The time has come.
時間とは何のことだ。
The Committee of 300 must remain an entity of shadow, one that is spoken of only in conspiracy theories. Anyone who knows too much must be disposed
まさ
of,
かセナ
much
や
like
西条組
Inohana and Kudomochi before you. None of you are exceptions to this rule. You three became pawns the moment we established contact. What? Ah, come on! I didn't get to read what it said. Oh. Pawns fulfill the roles they are given, and nothing more. That is our rule. The monitor went abruptly black. It was no different than a death sentence.
セナ。
Clamping his teeth down on his lip, Hatano frantically stood up. If he left now, perhaps he would still be able to catch the two of them before they reached Shibuya Station. That is the most life we have seen out of him. He had to tell them that it was a trap. He did not want to let his daughter die. After killing his wife and second daughter, she was the only family he had left. No matter how much hatred she held for him, all he wanted was for her to live. For this reason, Hatano ran. And yet, in the end, he was not able to escape the Nozomi Technology Building. For before he could, the sound of an explosion, combined with a furious vibration, ripped through the building. It was not collapsing due to the earthquake, however. The sound alone told him it was by the hand of man. But knowing this did not change his fate. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and, as if the lid had been lifted off the cauldron of hell itself, the earth opened wide and swallowed up the insignificant existence that was Hatano Issei. Well, damn. I'm guessing one possibility is that what they mean by that is whatever happens in this route is the objective they're aiming for. And, once everything's done, the Takumi and Senna in this route will be completely useless.
Going on a walk through Shibuya finally helped things sink in. I finally came to terms with just how horrifying the earthquake that had hit the city truly was. Not a single trace of the once dazzling city remained. The city was dead. Shibuya was now a city of death. Countless unmoving bodies littered the streets, some lying alone, others piled on top of one another. Various sections of the main road were deeply stained with pools of blood. Nothing was alive. Everyone was dead. Everyone. Hatano-san had said something earlier about the casualties being in the thousands, and the sole cause of all this suffering was NoAH too. This wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't even any kind of disaster at all. This was an atrocity, a massacre. Senna, who was just a few steps ahead of me, had an intense look of sorrow on her face. Hatano-san hadn't come with us. We had left him behind at the Nozomi Technology building. They were father and daughter apparently, but they didn't really act like it. I felt like Senna had some sort of one-sided, intense hatred toward her father. They had mentioned Senna's mother and younger sister during their conversation. What had happened between the two of them? Whatever it was, it must have been what led to Senna's heart and mind being broken. Despite me wondering that, I didn't plan on asking for some detailed account of what had happened or anything. Not that I knew how to in the first place. Besides, our number one priority at the moment was obtaining the cheat code. Once we had that, I wouldn't need Senna to protect me anymore. I'd be able to live on my own. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind me. Thinking it was another earthquake, I immediately got down on my hands and knees, but the ground wasn't what was shaking. I slowly, cautiously, looked behind me, toward where the Nozomi main office we were just in should have been standing. Smoke was pouring into the sky. It looked like the end result of an erupting volcano. And the building that should have been there wasn't there. Oh God, had it collapsed? But Hatano-san was still in there. A small whimper escaped Senna's lips. She looked up at the smoke filling the sky in a daze. After a moment, she noticed my gaze and quickly turned the other way. However, her shoulders continued to tremble.
こんなことなら私がこの手で殺しておくんだった殺しておけばだったらあの人も生き返らせればいい
Once we got our hands on the cheat code, we could do that. There was no reason we couldn't, as long as we believed what he had said.
殺すために生き返らせるのか非効率的だな
Senna laughed to herself, but her voice was muffled by her tears. I didn't really know what to say to her, so I just hung my head. Senna fought back her tears for a while, but eventually, as if she'd made up her mind about something, she started moving forward once again. And now, not a single tear remained on her face. I hurriedly followed after her. Underground Shibuya Station was home to both the Hanzomon line, and the newly constructed Fukutoshin line, which had a far more complicated structure to it. There was also a Ginza line platform located 2 floors above ground, but it was still treated as a subway surface.
Yes, it is indeed this complicated.
Ask pretty much anyone, and they tell you the place was pretty much a dungeon.
Yes, it pretty much is.
And not only that, but the earthquake had caused all the stairways leading underground to collapse, and now they were all buried in rubble. Senna had been able to use her D-sword to blast away the rubble and clear a path for us, so it hadn't posed much of a problem. But due to the lack of proper lighting, finding the right coin locker had been taking a lot more time than expected. If that weren't enough, the air filtration system had stopped, leaving the air disgusting and filled with dust. My coughing refused to stop, to the point where I felt like I was gonna die. And the stench of death wafting off of the scattered corpses didn't help either. Senna had finally located the coin locker, which was somehow standing tall with no signs of any noticeable damage. To our astonishment and subsequent relief, the locker still had power running to it, something that was made clear by the bright glow of the IC card reader. Please make a selection was displayed on the screen. Retrieve and deposit were the only 2 buttons available.
本当にこんな何の変哲もないロッカーにチートコードが置いてあるのか
The locker had been there since before the earthquake. A whole bunch of customers would have passed through here before us. On a normal day, no one would have paid it any mind. Just how many people actually used lockers like these in the first place? I couldn't imagine there'd be that many. Upon closer inspection, it occurred to me that almost all of the other lockers were buried in rubble. And behind that single closed door was something beyond imagination. Urban legends like that had been floating around for decades. It wasn't especially strange or anything like that. It was fairly grounded in reality, actually. A small container that you could find very easily throughout your ordinary life, housing something extraordinary. That was the idea behind it. When I pushed the retrieve button, a message popped up saying, "Please scan your card."
箱の中に残っているのは希望かあるいは絶望か
Danganronpa!
Senna dug out her IC card from her pocket and slowly approached the screen. With an electronic beep, the sound of a locker releasing came from the locker. The sound echoed ominously throughout the dead silent underground.
Honestly, at this point, the only person I can think of being the Committee of 300's guy is Misumi, just because he's literally the only one left who doesn't seem to have any purpose. Actually, there's also Bon and Momose. So I suppose those are possible. But it could also just be one of the Gigalomaniacs we already know about. But that would be boring. Well, maybe it won't be boring if it is the case, but still, you know what I mean. Boring for me to think about.
Senna and I stood anchored to the spot, and then we both checked our surroundings. We'd at last come face to face with the cheat code. What form it'd take, neither of us knew.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing with Misumi is like, the way he acted in the CoZ ending. Like, I don't know, if he was like some goon for literally God, And one, I don't even know if he'd be there, and two, I don't know if he'd be stupid enough to get himself killed like that. I suppose he literally just put on an act until his very grave, but, yeah.
Please don't let it be something gross or anything gory. Personally, if I had the choice, I'd want it to be a Seraton figure. Yeah, that'd be the best possible outcome. Senna wiped off the sweat beading on her brow.
1009番だったな。
Yes, Senna, it was indeed the locker numbered 1009. Good memory. Very good memory. The best memory. As for the reason why I'm, putting on such a, long facade, I'm just doing something real quick, so give me a second. Okay.
The locker we were looking at was the second from the left, and the third from the top. The door was fairly big, and it had 1009 written on it. The locker was ever so slightly ajar. All we could see inside that slight gap was uncertain, unending darkness. Senna and I stared at the locker, frozen in place. You open it. Even though she didn't say it out loud, I could feel Senna telling me that. Granted, I was doing the same thing, so we were both equally cowardly. Come on, you do it, I told her inside my head. I thought about letting a game of rock, paper, scissors make the decision for us, but it wasn't the time to mess around like that.
セナが
Should open it, was what I was going to say, but I was interrupted.
開けろ、西条。
Senna took a step back and readied her sword.
もしもの場合は、私が援護する。
What the hell do you mean, just in case?
急げ！
I still felt like she was gonna stick me with the tip of her sword any second now. My throat went dry from the anxiety. But my recent unearthed hope resurfaced once again. If I surpass this trial, I can become a hero. With this attaché,
I don't know what that word is. Attaché?
etched upon my heart, I summoned all my remaining courage. I placed my hand on the half-open locker door.
開けるよ。
I slowly opened the door.
At least you didn't gently open it.
It opened easier than I expected, and inside I found...
なんだ、これは。
Don't tell me it's a fetus. Please don't be a fetus.
Senna and I peeked into the locker at a loss for words. A white bundle of cloth. It was bigger than I expected. But right when I reached out to touch it...
It's a baby!
I pulled my hand back in a panic at the sudden voice. It's... No way, it's...
赤ちゃん。
A live baby had been in the locker? I mean, it'd been decades since then, but abandoned children being found in coin lockers had been a fairly large social issue at one point. But for it to be happening now? Wait, that didn't matter right now. Where was the cheat code? I double-checked the locker number. It was unmistakably 1009. So that must have meant...
Move.
Senna gently picked it up as it continued to wail, handling it like a fragile object that would fall to pieces if she let go of it. The baby's cry grew louder and louder. Senna grimaced as her body stiffened and locked in place. She looked at me with pleading eyes.
西条、助けろ。どうしたらいいんだ。
Why ask me? I think you should let it suck on your tits. Yeah.
I'm going to kill you. Takumi, I'm going to beat your head into the ground.
死ね。
Her glare pierced through me. Had she overheard my delusion just now?
多分この赤ちゃんがチートコードだよ。
I mean, if we thought about what they said. If the baby was the cheat code, it wouldn't activate unless we destroyed it. Destroy it. In other words, kill it. I went silent, and Senna glared daggers at me. She shielded the baby with her arms.
できない。
Wait a second. Wait a second. Is the ending gonna be that they can't bring themselves to kill the baby, and so they decide to raise it? And so they can't do anything else?
できるわけないだろう。あの地震をこんな暗くて狭い場所でたった一人で生き延びたんだぞ。
Maybe just destroy the blanket. Maybe that will be good enough.
それはチートコードだよ。地震が起きた後にここに現れたんだ。それは人間じゃない。そう見えてるだけで。
あの自称300人委員会の言葉を信じればな。もし違ったら、あるいはもともとここに置き去りにされていたこの子に後からチートコードだけを埋め込んだかもしれないんだぞ。
I cowered at Senna's horrifically menacing look. Even so, I frantically shot back my rebuttal without looking her in the eye.
だってしょうがないじゃないか。それを壊さないとチートが。
If I lost to Senna here, I'd end up losing the cheat code. I'd stay an otaku freak for the rest of my miserable life.
この子に触ってみろ、西条。この子のぬくもりを感じてみろ。
Kick the baby.
こんな小さい子、お前は殺せるのか？
Of course I can't. I'm completely harmless. That's why you would need to do it, Senna. But I couldn't actually say any of that.
セナは矛盾してる。ここに来るまではやる気満々だったじゃないか。
Yes, before she knew it was an infant child.
世界は電気仕掛けなんでしょ。だったらその子も単なる人形だ。
The ultimate test of her philosophy there.
でも泣いてる。
Senna gently embraced the baby. She had such a tender and loving expression on her face. I couldn't believe she was the same ill-tempered girl from before.
この子今泣いてるんだ、西条。
She was a total mess. Had Senna just been a complete fucking schizo all along?
チートを発動させてノア2を壊さなきゃ君の家族だって生き返らないぞ。なんでためらうんだよ。
この子は生きているからだ。殺せない私に。
だったら自分が殺してあげるっすよ。
Suwa.
え？
Go away, Suwa. I fucking hate you.
A thunderous roar. Unsure of what had just happened, I reflexively crouched down.
Oh, gosh, I hope you die again. I need to see you die again. Please, please die again.
Staying like that, I took a look around me. Spied a single silhouette standing outside the Fukutoshin line ticket gate. They were gripping something that looked like a gun, and they were pointing it in our direction. Senna croaked. When I looked over at her, I saw her.
Motherfucker! Yep. This confirms it. Suwa is literally just the worst person ever. I fucking hate you, Suwa. Go die in a hole. Actually, no. A hole isn't good enough. Please get brutally mutilated by Senna right here. Please, just die. I really want to see you die, man. Just suffer, please. Suffer!
But it wasn't hers. It was coming from the baby she was cradling. The white towel the baby was wrapped up in was turning crimson.
死んじゃう。私は見殺しに。
Senna's entire body trembled violently.
相変わらず自分の射撃の腕素晴らしすぎっすよね。
I hate you so much. I hate this man so much.
The man continued to walk toward us with the most casual smile on his face. On his back, the man wore a rucksack that clashed heavily with his suit.
こんなところで何の相談してるんすか？
Die.
ま、別にどうでもいいっすけど。自分は君たちを始末しに来たんすよ。
Die. Please die. Just die. Die. I hate you so much. Die.
Was he related to Nozomi? I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. He was carrying a gun. Normal people didn't carry a gun. He was gonna kill us. We had to run.
Die. Please die. I hate you. 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 I hate you.
The man raised his gun and pointed it directly at Senna. But she didn't react at all. Still clutching the baby, she had broken down in sobs.
Wait. I see saying he's gonna frame her for new gen.
What do I do? We've got the cheat code now. What the hell do I do? I should be invincible now. There's no way I can protect Senna. If I'm invincible, then I can be reckless and stupid and be perfectly fine. I had shielded Senna. A fierce pain exploded in my chest, followed by burning heat that felt like I had caught on fire. My uniform was stained in blood. I'd been shot.
おーっと、かっこいいっすね、西条匠くん。身を挺して女を守るなんて男の鏡っす。
I hate you so much. Shut
で
up.
も、そ
Shut
れも
up.
いつまで持つかな。
You shut the hell up. You shut the hell up. I hope you die in a fire.
Each time a gunshot ripped through the air, another bullet opened a hole in my body. My blood splattered everywhere. The pain eroded my nerves. Senna was still frozen in place, looking at me with tears in her eyes as she cradled the baby. Over half of the white towel was now covered in a deep shade of red. I could no longer tell if that blood was mine or the baby's.
西条違う違う
I like my guess for where this was going better.
このままじゃお前が
チートコードを使って。
でも私どうしたら
This wasn't good. I was gonna lose consciousness. It hurts, 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 it hurts. I never asked to go through pain like this. With the cheat code, I should be invincible, but if Senna doesn't activate it, I'm gonna die. I could feel him getting closer to me. I could sense a sinister bloodlust overflowing from him. Something cold and solid was pushed into my back. It felt like my wounds were being grilled over hot coals as that cold sensation clawed through them.
よく頑張ったっすね。でもこれで終わりっす。この至近距離で心臓をズドンとやれば、さすがのギガロマニアックスでも死亡確定っすから。
Honestly, I'm convinced that the kid on the train was told to do that by Suwa specifically.
セナ、早く。
Senna only continued to cry. This was it. After all that grinding to get the Chico...
Does grinding consist of a complete psychopath shooting a baby?
All that grinding to get the cheat code, none of it mattered in the end.
くたばれ、クソガキ。
I say the same to you.
The sensation on my back suddenly disappeared. I thought that I'd just been shot, but it wasn't a gunshot that I'd heard. It was the sound of the air itself shaking.
Yes!
俺の腕が
Yes! And we get to hear him suffer this time. Yes! Last two times he just died instantly, but now we get to hear him crawl. We get to hear him cower. Ah, so good. And yes, I am getting off to this.
White feathers shimmered and danced through the air, but we were underground. There shouldn't have been any birds here.
Not as uncommon as you think.
Despite my consciousness turning foggy and the pain ripping through my entire body, I slowly managed to turn around. And there I saw...
Hey! She truly is best girl.
タク、
Clasped in her hands was a sword so elegant, so beautiful, yet its form was unendingly sinister. I'd never seen anything like it. It was Rimi. Rimi, who had disappeared on me before, was here. She looked at me with a smile filled with sorrow. A large quantity of blood poured from the man's arm. Everything from the elbow down had been severed.
Yes!
The hand holding the gun rolled around on the ground.
You truly are best girl.
Had Rimi done that?
もう甘俺の手をよくは
Burn in hell, Suwa. Burn in hell!
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに。
意味。
Rimi avoided my dumbfounded gaze. She simply stood in front of the man, shielding us.
早く外へ。事情は大体理解してるから。 ノア2を壊して葵さんタク
That sharp voice brought me back to my senses. When I tried to move my body, even just a little bit, I was tortured by unrelenting pain. I wanted to collapse on the spot. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to think. But most of all, I didn't want to die. My consciousness was fading. I was fully aware of the blood flowing out of the wounds covering my entire body. Despair and the fear of death threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought them back and held onto Senna's shoulders.
Oh, poor girl.
今のうちに
すまない日常私をかばってそんなに
Senna's eyes were clouded with tears. It was the first time I'd ever seen her crying face. I guess even level-headed women like Senna cried sometimes. I noticed something else as I held her shoulders. Her body was incredibly frail. I was sure that wasn't unique to Senna. It probably applied to all IRL girls, really.
Man, you didn't get beat up by a female bodybuilder.
Her body was slender as well, something guys also didn't share. On a normal day, she exuded an aura of confidence, arrogance, and so much overwhelming vigor, it felt like she could crush me with it. But at the end of the day, she really was still a girl.
The common male flaw of seeing strong women and interpreting their composure as arrogant.
It'll be alright. Don't cry, Senna. If we just use the cheat code, it'll heal all those wounds in an instant. All these wounds in an instant. It has to. Believing that, I grit my teeth and walked forward.
This one's going on quite a while.
Behind me, I heard the sound of a strange mechanical sound, a shrieking resonance entangling with one another, but I refused to look back anymore. We made it above ground. A trail of blood marked the path we walked. I'd lost a lot of blood. The intense heat I'd been feeling in my wounds had been replaced with an unbearable chill. No matter how much I tried to keep it under control, my body kept violently shivering. My teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Looking up, I saw the planetarium standing before us. But the moment I did, I realized something was off. The surrounding buildings had almost entirely collapsed, and the ones that were still standing were covered in cracks and fissures. And yet, the planetarium was completely intact. Not only that, when I thought the building was supposed to have been demolished years ago, but it still stood tall in front of me. Why? Why hadn't I realized this until now? Why hadn't I questioned it earlier? Was this because of some Gigalomaniac's powers? Or was it Noah 2's doing? At any rate, the reason I noticed must have been because of the cheat code. Now we just need to activate it, and then we should be able to destroy the planetarium.
Give me a sec.
Without me supporting her any longer, Senna fell to her knees. She was still heartbroken.
せーなチートを使うんだ
Even talking was agonizing now. Senna looked back and forth between me and the baby, making her look like she was shaking her head no. But all she did besides that was tremble. I was running out of time. My vision was going blurry. If we didn't activate the cheat code, I was gonna die.
西条しっかりしろ。女のって死なないでお願いだからなあ西条。世界は天気仕掛けなんかじゃないんだ。私はただ思い込みたかっただけ。母さんと妹を見殺しにしかできなかった自分が許せなくて、気持ち悪いと吐いてしまった自分が許せなくて、二人が死んだのも父さんがあんなことしたのも全部信じたくなくて、感情だって捨て去りたくて。だけどダメなんだ。どうやったって父さんを憎んでしまうし、母さんや妹の死んだことが悲しいし、自分が許せないし、この子死なせたくないんだ。
Poor girl. Damn it. I couldn't rely on Senna anymore. I had to do it on my own somehow.
In any other circumstance, I'd kick your ass, but you're literally bleeding out, so fair, I guess.
I reached out my hand to the blood-stained baby Senna was cradling.
貸してそれを。
But Senna refused to let go.
ダメだ、西条、やめろ。
もう死んでるよ。
Taking charge, I wrestled Senna's hands away as she looked at me in horror and forcefully grabbed the baby.
Is this baby like NoAH's child or something, and that's why it'll work?
She broke down crying. Ignoring her wails, I clutched the baby. Cheat code. Activate. Lend me your power.
D-sword. Perhaps it's the trauma of killing a baby would instantly make a sword.
Suddenly, I noticed it. A strange color, shrouded in faint light. A shining sword was lying at my feet. A D-sword! Forgetting all about the pain, I took hold of it. Despite being so long and gigantic, it was shockingly light. It was almost like I was holding nothing but thin air. I now knew for sure. This was a real D-sword. It was no fake. Hot damn, cheat code. To think I finally got my hands on a D-sword this easily after struggling to get one for so long.
Yep, just had to let a psychopath murder a baby and it was all good.
Summoning all my remaining energy, I stood up. My wounds hadn't healed, but I was invincible now. Wounds this bad just took a minute to heal, that's all. Senna was utterly useless now. I'd destroy NoAH 2 myself. I felt power overflowing from deep within. From the very core of my body. It felt like there wasn't anything I couldn't do. I had obtained power rivaling that of Committee of 300 God himself. I brandished my sword. My target was the planetarium, illuminated ominously by the surrounding light.
食わしてやる。これで終わりに。
Yeah, that interesting detail about the fact the planetarium shouldn't even exist.
A gunshot echoed throughout the air. Blood spewed from my chest. Soon after, I was hit with an intense pain.
Is it, Damn, it's been so long I already forgot her name. Hozue? Wait, no. Nurse lady. Damn, I really did forget her name. Huh.
For a moment, I stopped breathing.
Harue, yeah.
My vision went black. I had an awful feeling writhing in the depths of my throat, and the taste of blood spread through my mouth as I coughed violently. That guy from earlier, had he shot me again? Had Remy failed to hold him off? I looked around, only to be absolutely astonished by what I saw. There were tons of people, all crowded around me and Sana. They all had dead eyes. They all were holding guns. They were all aimed at me. Every single one of them was whispering something.
No, not just Harue, but the whole squad.
信仰の救いあれ信仰の救いあれ信仰の救いあれ信仰の救いあれ
セナ先生。
They all fired in unison. Countless lead bullets penetrated my body, boring out my flesh, slicing through my bones.
This is the one acceptable instance where it's okay to kill people for their religion.
I was assaulted by impact after impact. My body danced around by an order not my own, just like a marionette. Pain stabbed at my consciousness. I felt like I was going to pass out.
No.
Even still, I desperately kept standing. My D-sword was still raised high, held aloft in one of my hands. I'll destroy it, I prayed. I'll destroy NoAH too. No matter how desecrated my body is, I won't die. I can't die. I swung down.
Damn, boy!
The D-sword drew a trail of red light. A brilliant flash burst into the night sky. The blade of light tore through the endless night and descended down upon the planetarium dome below. Only to be deflected by some unseen force.
嘘でしょ。
It was like there had been some sort of invincible wall. The light emitted by the D-sword was reflected, refracted, and dispersed. Silence. Senna, me, and the people who had been shooting at me. We all simply stared, dumbfounded. Even with the cheat, it didn't work. Was NoAH too indestructible? I'd try again. I couldn't let it end like this. I coughed up blood. Greasy sweat stung at my eyes. I could barely feel the pain anymore. My senses were already starting to disappear. My nerves might have been paralyzed. One more swing. I'm strong. I'm the strongest in the world. My strength stat is so huge it should be absolutely OP. So I just need one more swing. I raised my sword overhead.
信仰の救いあれ
Along with a woman's scream, they fired wildly once again.
I think that was Harue.
Senna covered my body with hers. I because Senna had saved me this time.
私も手伝うよ。
Senna tightly, ever so tightly, embraced my blood-soaked body. She grasped the sword I held my D-sword. She grasped the hand I held my D-sword with. Senna's body was so warm. Hell, it was closer to hot. It just had to be the heat of her blood, drawn out by the gunshot wounds she'd suffered just now. The heat of the pulse of life that ran through her body.
Damn.
お前の覚悟ちゃんと分かったから。壊そう。その子のためにも壊そう。二人で力を合わせてお前だけ
With our powers
死なせな
combined.
い。お前
I
だけ
only know that from Nico B. I don't know where it actually comes from.
私とお前は運命共同体だ。ずっと一緒だ。死ぬ時も戦う時も一緒だ。
But not before this route.
もうこんな悲しみの連鎖は止めよう。復活とかそんなのどうでもいい。自然の摂理に反することはするべきじゃない。
I assume this is what the Committee of 300 was talking about. They're gonna die.
私はただもう憎しみも悲しみも見たくないんだ。こんな世界を見たくないんだ。お前が傷つくのも見たくないんだ。だから一緒に壊そう。あの全ての元凶を。
Senna's voice rang throughout my fading consciousness. So she had finally come back to her senses, huh? Completely exhausted and covered in tears, she shielded an otaku freak like me. And now she was covered in blood. We were both dyed a deep crimson. But I really did feel her passion. Her voice really did reach me.
Woo!
Together, we raised the D-sword high. I could still hear gunshots firing around us. That wouldn't stop us anymore. My power was overflowing more than ever. I felt the strong light force gushing out of Senna. With this godly power, we would destroy the machine that rivaled God on high. This time, for sure, we would.
行くぞ西条。
I nodded, together with Senna. We swung the D-sword down with all our strengths.
Wait, that's an upward curve, SMH.
And rise we did. A flash of light burst forth. A flash of light that tore the very world asunder. A red light that ripped the night sky in two. A red blade that perhaps might even reach the moon. It blew away everything, turning it all to dust. Together with the invisible barrier surrounding NoAH 2, the planetarium was reduced to ashes. A massive impact and shockwave burst through the city. It felt like my body was going to be torn apart. The people standing around us were blown away. Even so, Senna and I held each other upright. We both clutched the baby in our arms, shielding it. We'd use every last drop of our power we'd had left. We didn't think about what came next. As long as we had that cheat code, our wounds would heal.
They're not gonna heal.
So right now, all we needed to do was destroy NoAH 2. With all our heart and soul, we let our power erupt. The sounds dissipated, and the light along with it. And in the center of that ruined city of death, Senna and I stood tall. Senna clung to my body. I leaned against hers, and between us, we embraced the bloody baby. I couldn't walk another step. I couldn't make the slightest movement. I didn't have an ounce of strength left.
Well, this is that meme where I've only known so-and-so for a day, but if anything happened to them, I'd kill everyone in this room and then myself. That literally happened.
もういいんだ。悲しいけどもういいんだ。死んだ人を生き返らせるのなんてエゴでしかないから。チートコードを返そう。
I felt the same way. And because we were alive, we had to live on for the sake of those who had died.
Can we at least revive the baby? Like, that was really unfair. Come on.
ごめん。
Senna softly and gently embraced the bloody baby.
ごめん。死なせてしまって。ごめん。
Senna had cried a lot today. But compared to the usual girl who glared at everyone and everything, the girl whose weakness was on display right now was far more beautiful.
I think she's beautiful all the time.
Senna's flowing tears were so very beautiful. As those thoughts flowed through my mind, I looked up toward the night sky.
Dead! Dead! Well, that was a wild one. Very long. But, dang. The Committee of 300. I am excited to learn more about them. Seems super exciting. Interesting. It may not just be a straight up meta twist, it may be something else. And if so, I'm really curious to see what. But yeah, this kind of seems to have added another level to the story, which makes me wonder even more how Rimi's route is gonna play out, let alone the true route. It's like, if the entire world is under the dictation of Committee of 300, I doubt we're gonna, like, actually take care of them or something in this game. I just assume that this is Hayashi introducing it to us. But, as for the roots, while I don't ship Takumi and Senna, that was pretty good characterization for Senna. Glad we got it. It's, yeah. Gave more to chew into. Really tell. I guess, like, the one complaint would be, like, the trapped in rubble scene, like, what the hell was the point of that? They even make it pointless afterwards. Just like, do anything else. But yeah, this was a pretty depressing one. Not as depressing as CoZ and ending B, but still.
エラーはすべて消滅。ノア2とノロセ源一の消去も確認したわ。オリジナルの西条匠は確保済み。虫の息だけどね。
Heaven's Door, you
コピーの
say.
西条匠および畑野瀬名は予定通り任務を実行後共に死んだわ。今後も引き続き調査は続行するけど、おそらく畑野瀬名も西条匠もエラーは生み出さなかったんでしょ。
I don't quite recognize this voice.
それでいいんじゃない。私の仕事も減ったことだし。あ、そうそう。ついでに周りをうろちょろしてた天聖信仰会の信者連中も処分しといたから。先畑リミンには逃げられたみたいだけど、まあ、脅威にはならないでしょ。世界人間牧場計画の予定には若干の修正が必要ね。
Yep, they're doing it anyways. Liars. Liars.
でも、今回の一連のエラーは計画へと利用還元できると判断するわ。
I mean, I suppose. So we had the two guys basically deluded into believing they were part of the Committee of 300, so I suppose it's possible that they were telling the truth. And this guy just thinks that he is doing the domestication project. But whoever's talking right here sounds like they're the true villain.
結果的には300人委員会に何らの不利益も生じない。
Wait. That's not a guy. Oh my god, it's Momose! Are you kidding me? It's Momose? Momose's the true bad guy? She's the one working for the Committee of 300? I guess that's why she had all that information she told Bon. 'Cause she knew everything that he needed to hear to investigate. Like, that means she probably knew better and just let him go off to his death. And she probably knew he was dead in ending A. You bitch. Oh my gosh. Man. I initially thought that voice didn't sound familiar, but then I realized, no, I just hadn't heard it often. And then I thought about it more. It's Momose! Just...
了解。デバッガード任務は終了します。以後、監視者の役割に戻るわ。あら、この子、生きてるわね。エラーになっちゃうわ。二人が命を与えたのかしら。見なかったことにしますか。私は独身だし、子供はちょっと苦手なんだけど。ミルクは手に入るかしらね。この渋谷で。
Deus Ex Machina reached Senna's ending. So, Now we know the bad guy. Or, well, at least the person who's going to try and make sure that everybody involved here dies. So it's less more like the bad guy and more like, I'm guessing more like just another threat. The threat that will exist after NoAH 2 is destroyed. Damn you, Momose. You let Bond die! How dare you? You don't deserve any of the sweets he gave you. What? Why is everyone around Bond such a snake? He doesn't deserve this. What did he do to deserve this? Man, just give my Japanese Columbo a break. Come on. I'll be curious to see if they act like we should know by now that that's Momose, or if that's a thing of you have to recognize the voice, otherwise they're just not gonna tell you. And they'll still do a big reveal. That's, yeah, Momose's got a pretty distinct voice, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's the former. But, anyways, I'm going to, cut it here for now, and tomorrow will be the finale. I will do Reimi's route and the true ending. I am super pumped to see where it goes from here. So, thank you guys for coming back. Sorry about the 12-day delay, and I will see you guys next time.